Africa College of Insurance and Social Protection, ACISP, is a modern urban Pan-African college providing performance and competence-based capacity building solution in the field of finance, particularly insurance, risk management, social protection, and leadership. The college strives to bring new guidance and leadership to the mankind and share innovative ideas so as to escalate performance of the industry players and become a bridge between industry and academia. The vision is to be a premier performance-based college globally renowned for its programs for the insurance and related financial services industry. The mission is to bridge the gap between industry and academia by enhancing performance of players in insurance and financial sector so as to contribute the country's growth as the financial hub.
Our main objectives are dialogue and strategize on delivering health insurance for all via universal health coverage, promote the development and proliferation of inclusive and good value insurance for the informal sector, raise awareness of the demand and potential for insurance in SMEs, agriculture, and rural segment of the economy, provide opportunities for insurance and development experts to progressively develop shared visions and create new partnerships to ensure women and youth, and to highlight and deliberate how best financial stakeholders will implement FSDMP and its link to SDGs.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce you the very important person. He has extensive experience in leadership, research, and consultancies of various levels. He's a chairman of the African College of Insurance and Social Protection. He has worked as the Commissioner of Insurance, heading the Tanzania Regulatory Authority, TIRA. Prior to that, he was Dean of the Faculty of Insurance and Social Protection at the Institute of Finance Management. He serves as various boards, including NHIF board, member of TWG, a member of the insurance technical team that advises Bank of Tanzania on insurance and related issues. He has worked in various research, consultancy, training roles for public and private sector for the more than 20 years. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to invite Dr. Bagayo Sakware. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, MC. Welcome all to the session. May I first ask members or participants to come forward so that we fill all the tables which are already empty here. And guest. Okay. May I now invite our guest of honor, if he's around. Guest of honor from the Ministry of Health. Karib sana. And we have also a special guest from the Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance, karibu. Mnatakiwa mshike viti huku mbele kidogo. Karibuni. We have from Minister of Finance, Ms. Janet Hiza. Can you wave your hands, please? Janet, karibu sana. I also call for Charles Mbanga, karibu sana, from Minister of Health. Charles Mbanga. Hajafika. Nakuja. Chairperson Hamis Suleiman. Yeah.
Please welcome.
Zakaria Muhengi. Zakaria Muhengi from Tanzania Insurance Regulatory Authority. Fiki Ntomola. Speak around. Karibu sana. Waite wote wakaya ili mimi nifanye speech.
May I please request Mr. Hamis Suleiman to come on the panel, please? May I please request Mr. Avimir Kiwanda of Tanzania Insurance Brokers Association to come on the panel, please? Can I please invite Mr. Zakaria Muhengi from Tanzania Insurance Regulatory Authority?
Dear participants and guests of honor, you are most welcome. We will now play a 2 or 5 minutes video about our college. Tunaomba mtusikilize kidogo, alafu tutaendelea na program. Karibuni sana. Secretariat.
ACISP, Africa College of Insurance and Social Protection, is a modern urban Pan-African college providing performance and competence-based capacity building solutions in the fields of finance, particularly insurance, risk management, social protection, and leadership. The college strives to bring new guidance and leadership to the mankind and share innovative ideas so as to escalate performance of the industry players and become a bridge between industry and academia. The college welcomes groundbreaking thoughts from all around the world to support the development of new concepts and good ideas. The role of the college is to manage performance acceleration through bridging gaps in know-how and avail technical expertise from experts and researchers across the globe. For more information, visit our website www.acisp.ac.tz. ACISP, the bridge between industry and academia. ACISP, Africa College of Insurance and Social Protection, is a modern urban Pan-African college providing performance and competence-based capacity building solutions.
Honorable Hannah Charles Mbanga, on behalf of the Ministry of Health, Community Development, Women, Elderly, Gender and Children. President and Association of Tanzania Insurers, President of Tanzania Insurance Association, Mama Janet Hiza from the Ministry of Finance and Planning, Brother Zakaria Muyengi, on behalf of Commissioner of Insurance, Fiki Mtomola from Africa College of Insurance and Social Protection. Dear participants, you are most welcome. Good morning. On behalf of Africa College of Insurance and Social Protection and members of the organizing committee, I have a pleasure and honor to welcome you all in this inclusive and health insurance conference. I wish to thank you, our guest of honor, for accepting our request that you attend and grace the opening of this conference. Thank you very much. To our distinguished participants, we appreciate for having spared your valuable time and attend the conference. You are warmly welcome. Karibuni sana. Honorable guest of honor, this conference is blessed to have attendance from professionals, academicians, policymakers, development partners, international community which are listening us through online, and experts in health insurance and inclusive insurance. We have also people from financial services, banks, social protection, and research institutions in the country as well as users and providers of health services in Tanzania. We have also the students from learning institution and members of the media, all representing here their institution but also themselves as the career development. Honorable guest of honor, the idea of having these conference stem from the spirit of public and private partnership, where the public and private sectors converge in the provision of health services, focusing the community. It is in that spirit, Africa College, being a professional college, a professional training college, and a Pan-African institution, thought of having an imperative role to play in this inclusive insurance agenda. I wish to take this opportunity as well to equally thank the sponsors, starting with our Tanzanite sponsor, KPMG, our hosts, our hotel premises, 4 Points Hotel, Farm Access International, NMB Bank, Tanzania Commercial Bank, National Health Insurance Fund, Jubilee Insurance, Assemble Insurance, Strategies Insurance Company, all of them for making this conference successful, and they have played a vital role in strengthening the society between the private one, dialogue and strategize on delivering health insurance for all via universal and inclusive and good value insurance for the informal sector. Awareness of the potential for insurance in SMEs, agriculture, and to progressively develop shared vision and create new partnership to ensure celebrate financial stakeholders, financial sector development and its links to SDGs. As you have seen, the conference has bring up a high-ranking government officials, senior executive, we have CEOs of insurance companies, people from health, agriculture, SMEs, rural development, and development partners. Therefore, this combination seeks to share experiences and best practices relating to key specific areas of our discussion, especially reaching the informal sector through inclusive insurance, providing, reaching informal sector to have quality of care and health services, to discuss on health insurance and digitalization and the related key issues. We sincerely, as a college, hope that this conference will provide a platform for participants to interact and share experience in line with the overall theme. Given the participants' personalities and experience, and given the the presenters, the facilitators which we have chosen, we believe that we shall move a stage ahead and gain and realize again in the inclusion of insurance and universal health coverage in Tanzania. Thank you very much and welcome to our conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sakware. I would like to now invite Mr. Hamis Suleiman, the Chairman of Association of Tanzania Insurer, to give his remarks, please. Testing, testing.
Good morning. I'm not a believer of protocols. You know, when you are a primary school teacher, you just go ahead and talk what you intend to talk on that particular day. In 1980s, I can't remember which particular year, in Zanzibar, by then, President of Zanzibar was Abu Jumbe Mwinyi. He was talking to people somewhere, I think at Wete, and he appealed for those street mongers to reduce the price of charcoal. And he said, you know, in Zanzibar, for those who are in Zanzibar, tuna mapakache yale, basket, made of coconut leaves. Said you are selling a charcoal at 10 shillings, by then 50,000, no, 50 shillings, it was 50 shillings. I want you to reduce the price to at least 30 shillings. And someone went and told the president, the price now is 10 shillings. So 30 shillings is a lot. Nobody will afford. So you cannot reduce from 50 shillings to 30 shillings where the price is 10 shillings. The message was, even the president didn't know the price of charcoal. And that's, I think, the problem we have in this market. We don't have data, and you cannot, if you don't have data, you will not be able to have informed analysis. I was just trying to check. Sometimes in 2012, somewhere, we have a list of SMEs from FSDT. I don't know when did we have the last update of how many SMEs do we have, how many other small and medium enterprises. And you know, if you don't have number, you cannot plan for anything. Not only on numbers of small scale holders, policy holders. We, for the past 2 or 3 weeks, we've been talking a lot about agriculture. And there is a paper today, I think after lunch, talking about agriculture. I wanted to incentivize my group of companies to come and invest in agro business. They said, okay, we need data. They sent me a 1-page data. asking for premium collected on livestock for the past 5 years, number of amount of premium on agriculture itself for the past 5 years, claims paid claims paid for the past 5 years, cost ratio for each company who underwrite agro business. Don't think there's anyone in this market, including TIRA, who have those kind of data. And I know the last market report we have was 2081-18. I'm not sure. So we need data so that at least we can move the pace of where others are going. And that's my remark. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hamis. We have seen smiles. Next, please, may we welcome the president of TIBA, Mr. Amir Kiwanda, who is also the founder and CEO of Afrigard Insurance Solutions and has over 37 years overall experience in insurance. Please welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chief Guest, African College of Insurance and Social Protection. Good morning. First off, let me appreciate the African College for having given an opportunity for to at least make a brief remarks at this conference. We appreciate the fact that the University of Healthcare is the citizen and residents in the country under a defined minimum benefit package. While we support the introduction of the University of Healthcare, we also wish to put forward the need for this scheme to support, to sort of consider the role of private health schemes. And lastly, as insurance brokers being distribution channel, we think that there should be space for us to be able to distribute the product in the market. That way, realizing income from the distribution process. We also appreciate that for the scheme, Universal Health Scheme, this is a social health scheme, and apparently, given the fact that it's going to be mandatory, there is need for a clearly defined way on how the private sector, or rather private health insurance companies, can be able, and for the scheme to be efficient, there needs also to be some sort of integration on the system, the universal health system, and the private health schemes. I'm saying this because a few years back, that was way back in 2018, we TIBA had suggested that there was a need then to integrate the TIRA-MIS with the Smart Policy and the other individual insurance platforms that were used by the insurance companies and brokers. By then, the response from TIRA was that that was not possible, because TIRA-MIS is a government system. 2 years down the road, we have seen, and that is something that you all know, that these individual or rather private insurance platforms have now been incorporated or rather integrated with Tiramis. So going forward, we think that it will be best and very effective and efficient for that matter if the system that will be used by the Universal Health Scheme, under the Universal Health Scheme, just like what we are seeing now in the under NHIF, will be integrated to increase efficiency in the market. With those few remarks, we say that we as TIBA are supportive of the upcoming, and they would also plead with the government to incorporate the private insurance players in the structuring of the draft UHC. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now let's welcome our representative from Ministry of Health of Finance, Mrs. Janet Hiza, who would like to hear your remarks, please. Karibu.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, Mr. Edward Mbaga, Director of Policy Planning, Ministry of Health, Community Development, Gender, Adult and Children. Mr. Sakwaya, Executive Chairperson, African College of Insurance and Social Protection. Mr. Suleiman Hamisi, Chairman of the Association of Tanzania Insurer. Mr. Amiri Kiwanda, President of Tanzania Insurance Brokers Association, CEO of Insurance Company and Insurance Intermediaries, distinguished representative for entire financial sector in Tanzania, participant, member of press, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. I take this opportunity to thank God for granting us a chance today, and I thank all delegates of this inclusive health insurance conference for their interest and active participation in this occasion, whereby the entire insurance came together to jointly reflect the industry achievement and challenge, and thereby establish a strong basis ahead. The Ministry of Finance and Planning is privileged and humbled to be a special guest in this important forum. I believe at the conclusion of this conference, we will jointly arrive at good resolution on matter concerning the insurance sector in Tanzania and shape strategy to reach goals set out by the Financial Sector Development Master Plan 2021 up to 2930. I wish to recognize strategic focus taken by the African College of Insurance Social Protection in collaboration with Tanzania Insurance Regulatory Authority, Association of Tanzania Insurer, and Tanzania Insurance Brokers Association, by bringing up discussion which will generate idea that will ensure insurance sector continue to contribute towards achieving the goals and target of financial sector master plan. And to all speakers and delegates in this forum, your presence here today is clear testimony of your commitment and resolve a challenge in the industry in order to make insurance industry remarkable and strides ahead. I once again thank you all for finding this time to have this deliberation and invite the Minister of Finance here. Ladies and gentlemen, Financial Sector Master Plan aims to guide the direction of the finance subsector of this decade. The insurance subsector is expected to grow from the current penetration of 0.6% to 3% of the GDP by 2030, while population coverage is expected to reach 50% of the adult population from the current about 6%, and the potential premium volume to increase from the current of Tanzania shillings 800 billion to Tanzanian shillings 80 trillion. The Financial Sector Development Plan of 2030 has set ambitious goal for insurance subsector, which require insurance asset to increase to 3% of GDP from the current of less than 1%, where gross life premium is expected to be 66% of the total market volume from the current of 16%. To achieve this ambitious goal, the Financial Sector Master Plan has set the following target of insurance subsector. Number one, the target number one is 10% of beneficiary of retirement plan use annuity product by 2030. 10 new product-driven insurance products developed by 2030. 90% of population have health insurance by 2030. 8 affordable insurance distribution channels developed by 2030. 20% of adult population have life-saving products. 80% of population are aware of insurance matter by 2025, and 10% of total insurance premium contributed by agriculture insurance by 2030, and lastly, insurance pool, the consortium established by 2030. It's clear from the above target that the topic of inclusive insurance, health insurance, agriculture insurance, and insurance for SME are critical agenda in Tanzania. With regard to agriculture insurance, our country has over 44 million hectares of suitable land which you can use to growth, but only 33% of this amount in cultivation. Supply of agriculture insurance product in Tanzania is still very limited, whereas it's contributed only 0.12% of growth product written in the year 2017. This is the record from TIRA 2018. While based on the recent GDP of agriculture, insurance has covered only 0.05% of this primary sector of the economy. Out of 30 insurance companies in the country, only 4 insurers have some form of agriculture insurance product. Why this limited supply? I think in this conference today, we are going to have the answer. On the other hand, health insurance is estimated to reach only about 17% of our population. This is according to Finscope survey of 2017. Out of 30 insurance companies, only 3 companies are dedicated to offering broad range of healthy insurance service. Again, this is limited supply. Question underscore the relevance of the discussion and most important resolution which this conference has to bring. In my conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, let me make a call to all of you for the above target to be attained. Systematic inclusive insurance development challenges and constraints must be addressed primarily in the area of capacity building and human resource, distribution, inclusive health and agriculture insurance solution, technology, product innovation, consumer education, reinsurance, microinsurance, emerging, major risk, inclusive insurance market development policy and regulation. I would like to make a call to all insurance company providers must enhance their capacity to deliver across the value chain. Traditionally, the insurance service provider focused much effort on selling insurance product available, which can only cater for the needs of the small segment of the market. Delivering across the value chain will require insurance service providers to manufacture better product which offer value of the money to the market, comprehensive awareness campaign to promote product and enroll new client, convenient premium collection approaches including sachets and mobile payment platform, education to build capacity and skill of staff and distribution partner, also educating the public to enhance insurance literacy, especially measure to readiness, dispute, offering value-added services to enhance experience, the customer gain from insurance consumption, responsive claim anticipation approach, timely and transparent claim assessment, and claim settlement that is fair and fast. With this remark, I wish all you all fruitful deliberation in this conference. God bless Tanzania. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Asante sana, Mrs. Janet Hiza, for extensive remarks. May we put our hands together, not just because she's a woman, but she has given us very extensive remarks. After listening to the remarks from Mr. Hamis, Mr. Amir Kiwanda, and Mrs. Janet, now let me give the microphone, or rather the authority, to Mr. Chairman to introduce the guest of honor, or to welcome the guest of honor for the remarks.
Thank you, MC. We have a guest of honor from the Ministry of Health, Mr. Edward Mbanga. He is a Director of Policy and Planning, DPP, on behalf of the Minister of Health, Dr. Dorothy Gwajima. Kule wizarani tunamwita Field Marshal. Karibu sana. Karibu sana.
Yeah, hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Chairman of the Africa College of Insurance and Social Protection, Chairman of Association of Tanzania Insurers, President of Tanzania Insurance Brokers Association, Commissioner of Insurance, assuming that he's around, government officials from the Ministry of Health expected to be here, government officials from the Ministry of Finance and the Planning. I also expected to have representatives from the President's Office, Regional Administration, Local Government, chairperson of the sessions and the conference, paper presenters, heads of institutions, members of the press, dear conference members, all protocols observed. Good morning. I greet you in the name of the United Republic of Tanzania, and so we are supposed to say Kazi. Thank you. Before I deliver the remarks, let me bring to you the greetings from the Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Dorothy Gwajima, who could not be able to attend to this important meeting due to other assignments which she is attending somewhere. So in that regard, she had asked me to come and deliver her speech. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I wish to thank the Almighty God for giving us a good health and hence enabled all of us to attend and participate to this important conference. Secondly, I take this opportunity to give my warm welcome to you, to all delegates here in present, and I feel being much honored to be invited to officiate this very important conference. Sincerely, I thank for the African College of Insurance and Social Protection for organizing this conference, which, among other things, it will discuss issues on inclusive health insurance conference, which is interconnected with the other socio-economic drivers, including the industrialization development. Since a health person normally participates fully in any kind of production optimally. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this conference is the insurance for enhancing insurance inclusiveness in health, agriculture, and the SMEs. The theme fits very well with the Tanzania Industrialization National Agenda. As you are aware, we have set our industrialization journey, which to start from 2016 up to 2056, in order to implement our roadmap from an agrarian to a modern industrialized state in a period of 40 years, so that our country could achieve a middle higher income status. In this case, I'm delighted to see partnership among insurance fraternity in Tanzania led by Africa College Insurance and Social Protection by working beyond market routines and take lead in organizing an important and a needy insurance conference where experts across the industry share their experience and knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, Tanzania, with a total population of 60 million people, have, as you have previously said by the speaker from the Ministry of Finance, have 30 companies registered to provide insurance services in the country. But out of those, only 6 of them do provide health insurance, which has currently not contributed to a significant coverage so far. The unmet need and the untapped potential in this area is unprecedented and the cause for special measures and novel approaches beyond our modus operandi. Let's face the challenge and take these numbers to new heights, reaching the majority of the population beyond socio-economic as well as geographical boundaries through universal coverage. The reality and the facts tell us that insurance has the potential to drive the economic growth and the development in our country through mobilizing domestic savings and investment, creating employment, and enhancing households as well as public welfare provision. As our country takes an aggressive steps towards industrialization under the leadership of Her Excellency Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the 6th Phase Government, we are vying to become a regional center of excellence. Therefore, the potential of the insurance sector in making this to happen should not be left aside in our effort of achieving our goal. Ladies and gentlemen, the insurance industry in Tanzania has faced challenges. To mention a few of them, it includes low consumer demand and the uptake, especially in the rural areas. Low saving culture, low level of public awareness on insurance products and the services, low financial literacy by the members of the public, and the evolving legal and regulatory framework for emerging insurance channels, e.g. TACAF, mobile technology, agricultural insurance, and affordable health insurance for all. What is important for the time being is to identify effective strategies which will adequately address the observed challenges. In this regard, this conference is an appropriate avenue for insurance community and to come together and collectively discuss the challenges and get the needed strategy to take us to the desired solutions that will make the insurance industry prosper and give its contribution to an economic development and the welfare of our people. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that you are aware African economy is growing, hence need for a more resilient insurance industry that responds to the growing demand for the more complex and varied kinds of risk mitigation cannot be overstated. The future is promising, but without a share of complexities to add on our prospective vision, one cannot emphasize enough extreme relevance, the timing, and the importance of forward constellation and planning as we get to scale up health insurance coverage in the country. We feel privileged to have commitment for development from our president, and she has been there in the trenches, leading with the examples. Experience teaches that transformative economic change happens when the political ruling elite makes a decision to seriously commit to the development of the state and follows up this commitment with well thought out long-term development plans and strategies, backed by adequate resources and availing political leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed, there is a co-relationship between growth of insurance business and development of the country, as well as investment. It creates jobs, attracts more investments in the country, and no investor would want to come and invest in a country that does not have a sound insurance industry. For the banks to continue leading, they need to continue lending, they need the support of insurance companies to hedge the credit risk. This is precisely the insurance industry should spearhead the industrial development in our country. For example, we have peace prevailing in the country, political stability, and a stable macroeconomic environment. The insurance, however, the insurance penetration rate has remained at 0.55%, which communicates to us a message that we have an exploited potential market which is waiting for you to exploit. The economic boom that we are currently experiencing is attributed by a lot of constructions which is taking place, such as oil pipeline, the railway gauge, dredging of the seaport, oil and gas discoveries. All these projects, dear ladies and gentlemen, need insurance. The employees need health insurance and life insurance. Ladies and gentlemen, while considering these challenges going forward, it is important to acknowledge bold steps achieved over the recent past. Let's not forget our moral and professional responsibility to think beyond the existing challenges and the business growth, and sufficiently consider potential challenges that we may face along the way. Hence, importance of coming together through this conference and the likes. Learn, exchange practices, and collectively reflect on our common challenges and opportunities going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, the access to quality health services is a prerequisite for the nation to have good health, and hence give a chance for people to participate fully in the production ventures. However, currently, only 14.7% of the 60 million estimated total population in the country are the one covered or are the one enrolled and covered under the 5 prepaid schemes in the country. And this year, National Health Insurance Fund, which is a share of 8%, Improved Community Health Fund, which so far has covered 5.4%. There is this social health insurance benefit under NSSF is saving around 0.3% of the total population. Private health insurance companies so far has fetched only 1%. So I would like to emphasize on this because I met a certain literature somewhere indicating that currently in Tanzania we have a coverage of 32%. This is not the case. We recorded the 32% coverage. Today, I may say, by the end of last year, we were only 14.7%. So this is what should be known. So with this coverage of 14.7% out of the 60 million unestimated population in the country, it means, or it is a reflection that most of the Tanzanians, around 85.3%, are out of health insurance scheme. So they are using the out-of-pocket modality when they need services. They have to pay on the event of illness. So, but experience and the literatures across the world tells us that out-of-pocket is not a reliable means that would facilitate or would enable the people to access health services. So we can say 85.3% of the total population in the country has a limited access to health services. So in this regard, the government through Ministry of Health is on the driving seat towards achieving the universal health coverage agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, probably I feel to give kind of elaboration on this issue, or two issues. Sometimes when I hear people talking, it is like there is a confusion between the two terminologies, the universal health coverage and the universal health insurance. UHC and the UHI. Having universal insurance does not guarantee the community to have universal health coverage. Why? Universal health coverage, in my own definition, because somebody should not ask you the quotation of reference. But in my own understanding, experience, and my own understanding is that is a status whereby a country achieves a status for her people to access quality and affordable health services. So, to access health services is made possible with a number of factors. One, for countries like ours, where we have a policy of cost sharing, for a person who needs health services is supposed to contribute at least a certain portion of cost. It means he or she has to have means to purchase the services. But on the other hand, You may have means. For example, you have money, you decide to use out of pocket, though it is not a reliable means sometimes, because you may get sick while you don't have money at that particular moment. Or you may be able to access, or you may have, let me put that you may have an insurance card, maybe from the NHF or private health insurance company or wherever. But in the event you go to the health facility, you find that there is no services. That is not an effective access of health services. In that case, you cannot, even if you will be able as a country or as a government, cure people 100% enrolled in the health insurance schemes, which is the universal health insurance, without putting proper the side of the provision, the side of the creation of those services at the facilities, you will not achieve the universal health coverage. So these two terms differ. They have difference a bit, but generally or conclusively you can say the universal health insurance initiative is a mean to the universal health coverage, if at all, the government side has done its part to make sure the facilities are there, there are health commodities stocked in the facilities, there are health, human resource for health, doctors and nurses and whatever. That's when you can achieve the universal health coverage. So I wanted to make such a differentiation between these two terminologies, because I have been hearing people mixing up. So the ministry is, as I have said, the ministry is embarking on the universal health coverage agenda due to the existing evidence that many people with low income lack adequate access to health services, and at times they are pushed into poverty as a consequence of paying for the services they receive through out-of-pocket modality. Implementation of a universal health coverage initiative is a response to this, as it puts in place the assurance that the needed quality health services becomes available and accessible, as well as affordable by all people without any form of barrier, including the financial barrier. The aspiration to move towards UHC is relevant to Tanzania, as reflected in the 2012 United Nations Assembly resolution. In this regard, the government is intending to table a bill before the Parliament, probably in September this year, as a process that will end up into making the Universal Health Insurance Act, which will be a mandatory for all citizens in Tanzania to enroll from either public health insurance scheme or private health insurance companies. So I think this statement has tried to respond to one of the previous speakers who asked, who wanted to know, or in a way I can say he was trying to advise the government to give a chance even to private sector to participate in providing these services. So the bill, which is expected to be tabled by the government before the parliament, has a provision which will allow the private sector to participate. The issue is all Tanzanians will be required to enroll, to have a health insurance card. But we won't mind you get it from private or you get it from the public private, health insurance scheme. So the chances are equal and the chances are open, but what matters is for you to get prepared, because people will be availed with a wide range of choice. So make sure that you are chosen. And make sure that you expand the scope of your services, because somehow you are very much concentrated in urban settings. So, but another thing I think is important, I want to emphasize, within that bill, you will be required, whenever you enroll in a Tanzanian with the health insurance service, you will be required to provide, among other things, the minimum benefit package, which will be recognized by that act. So even the health benefit package, the minimum one, is going to be reviewed so that it fits across the public and the private. So that will be the requirement of the law. Unless you provide the minimum benefit package, that's when you will be allowed to operate in this, to play in this field. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I have previously highlighted, the health insurance coverage is still low. I mentioned that it is 14.7. I still emphasize. This means that there is still a big portion of unexploited market with regard to health insurance as much it is concerned. Therefore, I urge you to take this opportunity and exploit this very potential market so as long as the expected act on mandatory health insurance will allow people to get health insurance services from both public and the private schemes. As I have said, you have now to start preparing yourself to expand your coverage to rural areas where the majority of Tanzanians resides. Of this conference, I wish to comment that I'm so much impressed, and I must congratulate the organizers due to the breadth and the depth of the topics that will be covered, which looks to be quite substantial and significant in terms of knowledge and technical aspects in the chosen area. Secondly, is the quality of facilitators, which with the strong international experience and impressive qualifications as the insurance industry is concerned. So to make use of this goal, so while I'm concluding, I would Let me use this opportunity to ask you and to urge you to make use of this golden opportunity, encourage you all so that you participate fully in all stages of the conference process, including the discussions which will be held in different planned sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, with this remark, I now declare that the conference is officially opened. And I wish all a very successive and a productive conference, and I look forward to receiving further updates from the organizers of the Africa College of Insurance and Social Protection. Thank you all for your kind attention. God bless Africa and God bless Tanzania. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ninaomba niongee Kiswahili. Tunaomba tusimame tupige makofi. I have realized the future is really. Thank you so much, guest of honor. I would really like to welcome who is a representative from TIRA, Mr. Zakaria Muyengi. Please welcome to give your remarks.
Good morning. And all participants, on behalf of the Commissioner of Insurance in Tanzania, Dr. Musa, my name is Mr. Zak for Planning, Research and Market Development. First of all, I would like to congratulate the nice speech from guest of honor, Mr. Edward Mbaga. Really, to the insurance subsector is encouraged. Universal money to EPS. Just to that this year the Parliament, the bill insurance coverage, and that the government has provided an opportunity for the private insurers and the intermediaries to provide service regardless what. He said whatever the matter, they supposed to be prepared and ensure you be chosen in this scheme. This is big to us as a regulator and also as an important prayer to this insurance market. And he said the criteria is just to provide minimum benefit fit public and private. So this is things on this. Asante sana. The government has been involved the issues in few coverage. To the member of the working group at Associate ATI, IA, TIBA, IIT, insurance coverage.
The Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Finance and Planning explained clearly the importance of universal health insurance and the role of the authority, that is the Tanzania Insurance Authority, that will be the key leader on this. Today, we have another opportunity to discuss the agenda of insurance and health insurance, inclusive and health insurance. So, dear participants,
This initiative, how much
we as a historical insurance need and also ready to implement the financial sector, the master plan of 2030, which clearly stipulates and assigned us the target to ensure 8% of Tanzanians are covered with health insurance.
So this is big, and I would like to thank the coordinator and also particularly Africa Coverage Insurance and Social Protection, and also all other supporters and the participants to make this happen for discussing the development of insurance. We as authority or regulator, we promise all kind of support to you and anytime so that we can together develop the market, insurance market. Nawashukuruni sana na I wish all an effective discussion. Karibu, asante.
Asante sana, tunakushukuru. The last one is Mrs. Vicky Ntomola, who is also the Director of Admission and Marketing in African College with 17 years of experience in insurance market. Karibu sana, madam.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, guest of honor. Mine is not a remarks, but to thank all of you for attending this conference and to encourage you to participate fully, because this is very important to the insurance industry. Just to clarify a bit, when we say we're discussing the inclusive and health insurance, it means it is not only the health insurance coverage, but also the inclusive insurance, which is to cater to the micro insurance products that the agricultural products and any other insurance products that will cover the majority, that's the low earners in this market. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vicky, and to the guest of honor and all of our panelists for your wonderful remarks. Asante sana. Can we please have a round of applause for our wonderful panel, please? Thank you. I would now like to invite the press for any questions they may have for our panel.
Tunatumia muda gani? Asante sana. Habari za asubuhi. Napenda tu kuwajulisha kwamba Africa College of Insurance and Social Protection, kwa Kiswahili chuo cha bima na hifadhi ya jamii Afrika, imeandaa mkutano unaozungumzia kwa Kiingereza Inclusive and Health Insurance Conference, mkutano wa bima ambazo zitakuwa zinahudumia sekta ambazo mpaka sasa hivi hazijapata huduma za bima. Tumeandaa mkutano huu kwa madhumuni ya kufanya mazungumzo na kuja na maazimio ambayo yataboresha upatikanaji wa huduma za bima hapa Tanzania. Lakini kwa eneo kubwa vile vile tutaangalia upatikanaji wa huduma za bima za afya kuelekea kwenye universal health coverage ambayo Wizara ya Afya inaelekea kuanzisha utaratibu huo, ambao kila Mtanzania anategemewa kuwa na bima ya afya wakati bili hiyo itakapopita. Leo tumekutana wataalamu wa bima kutoka sehemu mbalimbali. Kuna watu wa huduma, kuna makampuni ya bima, kuna madalali wa bima, lakini kuna watafiti kama chuo, lakini kuna wanafunzi vile vile ambao wamehudhuria hapa kwa ajili ya kutoa maoni yao kuhusu mjadala huu ambao umeandaliwa na Africa College. Kwa hiyo niwakaribishe sana, lakini vile vile niwashukuru sana kwamba mjadala huu umesponsiwa na KPMG, NMB Bank, Assemble Insurance, NHIF, Jubilee Insurance Strategies, Tanzania Commercial Bank, Farm Access International, na kusapotiwa vile vile na World Health Organization pamoja na UN Compact. Karibuni sana. Tunaye mwakilishi wa waziri wa afya ambaye anaweza kueleza chochote kwa maswali na mambo ya kisera. Karibuni sana. Mimi naitwa Dr. Bagayo Abdalla Sakware, ni mwenyekiti wa Africa College of Insurance and Social Protection.
Ndugu wanahabari, habari za sasa hivi. Naitwa Bwana Edward Mbanga, ni mkurugenzi wa sera na mipango Wizara ya Afya, Maendeleo ya Jamii, Jinsia, Wazee na Watoto. Na katika kikao hiki leo nilitumwa na Mheshimiwa Waziri wa Afya Dr. Dorothy Gwajima Mbunge kuja kutoa ujumbe wake kwenye kikao hiki, na kama ambavyo nimemaliza kusoma, labda tu niseme kwamba nadhani maana ya bima au dhana nzima ya bima ni kujaribu kupunguza madhara ya riski ambayo ya aina yoyote. Sasa mimi niongelee upande wa afya. Nadhani mnaelewa binadamu yoyote huwa anahitaji huduma za afya, kwa sababu mwili alioumbiwa huwa unaugua na kupona. Sasa kwa sababu hatujui unaumwa lini, ndio riski inapokuja kwamba unaweza ukaumwa wakati huna uwezo wa kuchangia gharama za afya. Sasa ndio maana sasa serikali inaweka msukumo sana kwa wananchi kupunguza riski ya kukosa huduma za afya unapokuwa umeugua na ukawa huna fedha ya kugharamia huduma za afya, uweze au wananchi waweze kuwa na bima ya afya. Sasa conference ya leo inajadili masuala ya afya katika ujumla wake, ikiwemo na swala la bima ya afya. Kwa hiyo ndio maana Mheshimiwa Waziri akatoa ujumbe huo ambao nimemaliza kuusoma, na mimi nikaweka ufafanuzi kidogo, lakini nitasema tu kwa maana ya mambo ya kisera kwamba katika kuhakikisha kwamba wananchi wanapata access ya huduma za afya, tunasisitiza wajiunge na bima ya afya. Na kama nilivyosema, kiwango cha wananchi ambao wamejiunga na bima ya afya kwa sasa hivi bado ni cha chini. Tuko jumla kama kiwango cha 14.7%. Kwa maana hiyo kwamba 85.3% ya wananchi wetu wako nje ya wigo wa bima ya afya, ikimaanisha pia kwamba wakipata mahitaji ya huduma za afya, kwa maana wakiugua, ina maana watalazimika kutoa fedha mfukoni na kulipia hizo gharama. Sasa anapokuwa hana fedha, anaingia kwenye risk ya kukosa huduma, au anaingia kwenye risk ya kuuza mali zake ili aweze kutibiwa. Kwa hiyo kisera ndio serikali kupitia Wizara ya Afya inahimiza wananchi kujiunga na bima ya afya, ili wakiugua, hata kama wakawa hawana fedha, waweze kutumia bima zao kwenda kwenye vituo vya kutolea huduma za afya na kupata huduma. Sasa jambo jingine ni kwamba si wananchi wote kwa mfano watakuwa na uwezo wa kifedha wa kugharamia huduma wa kulipia zile bima za afya. Serikali imeshaamua kwamba kwa wale wananchi ambao hawatakuwa na uwezo, itakuwa na utaratibu wa kuwatambua ni akina nani, wako wapi, na wana changamoto za kiwango gani za uwezo wao mdogo unaowafanya wasiweze kulipia bima zao za afya. Kwa hiyo baada ya kuwa wametambuliwa, serikali itachukua dhamana ya kuwalipia bima za afya. Na ndio maana kama mlimfuatilia Mheshimiwa Dr. Mwigulu wakati anawasilisha bajeti, alitaja kwamba serikali imetenga kiasi cha shilingi bilioni 149.77 kwa ajili ya kuanza kugharamia wananchi wasiokuwa na uwezo katika mwaka huu wa 21-22, baada ya bunge kuwa limepitisha sheria ya bima ya afya kwa wote. Kwa hiyo tunaendelea kama serikali kuwahimiza wananchi wajiunge na bima ya afya. Na bima ya afya tunamaanisha kwamba tunayo mifuko kwa mfano ya umma inayoitwa Mfuko wa Taifa wa Bima ya Afya, kuna bima ya afya ya jamii iliyoboreshwa, lakini pia sekta binafsi zina makampuni yanayotoa huduma za bima ya afya. Serikali kwa kutambua umuhimu wa ushirikiano kati ya umma na sekta binafsi, mswada unaotarajiwa kupelekwa bungeni na na imani kwamba utapitishwa, utatambua makampuni binafsi ya bima ya afya na kuyaruhusu kutoa huduma kwa wananchi kupitia bima hizo. Kwa hiyo nilikuwa nimejaribu wakati nasoma ujumbe wa Mheshimiwa Waziri kwa washiriki kusema kwamba ni vizuri sasa bima za makampuni ya bima yanayotoa kwao la bima ya afya yajizatiti kuhakikisha kwamba yanatoa kitu kinaitwa kitita cha afya, kitita cha msingi cha huduma za afya, na hatutegemei kama serikali kwamba wenzetu wa sekta binafsi wawe wanabagua au wanachambua kwamba wewe kama ukija kwangu labda nikupe kitita cha ziada cha msingi, kitita cha msingi. Hapana, watakuwa sasa wameenda kinyume na sheria inayotarajiwa kutungwa. Lakini wajiandae pia, mbali na kuhakikisha kwamba wanatoa fao lile la msingi au kitita cha afya cha msingi, wajiandae kutanua huduma zao. Kwa sasa hivi bima za afya kupitia makampuni binafsi unaweza usipate wengi, ila mjini unaweza ukapata wengi. Lakini tunavyojua asilimia zaidi ya 80 ya wananchi katika nchi hii wanaishi maeneo ya vijijini. Kwa hiyo ili sasa sekta binafsi iweze kutapu vizuri au kutumia vizuri soko ambalo liko wazi la huduma za bima za afya, ni vizuri wajiandae kutanua shughuli zao kutoka mjini kuelekea vijijini. Hatusemi kwamba watoke mjini, tunamaanisha kwamba maeneo haya yote wayaangalie. Kwa hiyo, lakini labda cha msingi kingine ni kimoja, kwamba kama ambavyo sasa tunaona ukisajili simu kwa mfano, utatakiwa kuwa na kitambulisho cha nini? Cha NIDA, si ndio? Tunajaribu kufikiri kama wananchi tutajadili, tutakubaliana. Nadhani kwa sababu hatuintendi kwamba hii sheria inayotarajiwa kutungwa itapeleka watu jela kwa sababu eti hujakata bima ya afya. Tunataka tu kuifungamanisha kadi ya bima ya afya kama inavyofungamanishwa kadi ya NIDA na huduma zingine za kujisajili. Baada ya hayo, waheshimiwa waandishi wa habari, naomba kuishia hapo na niwashukuru sana, lakini niwaahidi kwamba tutahitaji mchango wenu, tutahitaji kushirikiana sana, hasa baada ya sheria ya bima ya afya kwa wote kuwa imepitishwa au imetungwa na Bunge, kwa sababu kabla serikali haijaanza kuitekeleza, tutahitaji kuwa na kipindi cha elimu kwa umma ili wananchi
sawa. Na nafikiri atakuwa na labda station kutoka Twira, alafu au kama kuna maswali mengine.
Bahati mbaya mimi naondoka.
Nafikiri tutaonana pale. Mtaweza personally watu wa Twira, watu ili conference ianze, tamruhusu mgeni wetu. Over to you guys.
Let us meet outside the door.
Group photos. Naomba generasi. Naomba photos na sponsor.
Thank you. Can I please have all the sponsors, KPMG, Strategies Insurance, Farm Access Foundation, Assemble Insurance, Tanzania Commercial Bank, Jubilee Insurance, NHIF. For a group photo, please.
ATI Chairman, you call at ATI Chairman, Mr. Amis Suleiman. All the sponsors, please, for a group photo. KPMG, do I see any face from KPMG at the front? Chairman, you are distorting the structure of the high table. Thank you. You can smile. You are allowed to smile.
Thank you very much. May I please ask the presenters and speakers of this event to be ready for the next group photo?
The presenters and speakers. Zamaradi, who else? From NHIA, from ATI, I don't know, yeah. I have seen Dr. Flora, I've seen Olo, yeah, I'm also.
All the speakers and presenters of this event, please. May I please ask the CEOs of insurance companies and insurance brokers to be ready, please? CEOs, insurance companies, insurance brokers. And all the other executives, please. May I please invite all the other delegates for the photo op?
All the participants.
All
If you
the
are not in
participants.
these previous groups,
If you are not in all the previous groups, please come for a photo op. All the participants for today. Tugawani, Ansel. Tugawani now. Thank you very much. and a CEO of Aklavia Group. A lecturer at Tanzania Public Service College, he serves in various task forces of TIBA and ATI, Secretary to the Tax Reform Committee of Insurance Industry in Tanzania, Africa Insurance Organization, Microinsurance Working Group, and Insure Resilience Global Partnership. He is an associate of Chartered Institute of Security and Investment of London. May I please welcome Anselmi to present the next agenda, Landscape of Inclusive and Health Insurance in Africa. Welcome.
Good morning. Now, when I was listening to the speakers in the morning, I reflected and realized the weight of the responsibility that is bestowed to the insurance industry, and particularly the delegates who are in this forum here today. So previously, the statistics indicated in terms of health insurance coverage, we were at about 32%, where CHF had 25%, NHIF had about 7%, I think. And today we are told we have fallen back to 14%, more than a 50% decline. You know, when you are told those numbers like that, it does not mean anything. But when you think of someone who is at Muhimbili, who cannot get that surgery in time and dies because he cannot afford to pay 700,000. Ukishafikiria yule mtu ambaye yuko pale Moi, ambaye kwa sababu hana shilingi milioni 1 anachelewa kufanywa huo upasuaji, kwa wakati huo inabidi akatwe mguu. Now think yourself without a leg just because he did not have 700,000. Or a person dies completely. This is the weight of this responsibility. Sometimes when you talk about these things, it's numbers and it is money. It is more than this. It's about lives and deaths, you know, and families, and progress, and peace at homes, and ability for people to own properties and move from, you know, the death of poverty. So, as I'm starting to make this keynote address, I want you to look at your neighbor, alafu mwambie tunayo kazi ngumu. Naona wengi wako wanachati na simu zao, meaning my message is not getting across. Huyo mkulima ambaye ameshindwa kulipa ada kwa sababu msimu uliopita kulikuwa kuna wadudu au kulikuwa kuna mafuriko. Mtoto anatakiwa aende shule, haezi kumlipia mtoto ada kwa sababu mazao yaliharibika. Sasa inabidi auze shamba alilonalo la urithi kwenye ukoo wao. That is, he or she is getting poorer. You have something to do for these people. Now, my talk today is about the landscape of inclusive and health insurance in Africa. Inclusive insurance is not microinsurance, as some may think. Sio bima ya watu wa kipato cha chini. Inclusive insurance is insurance for everyone who is not addressed or accommodated by the existing insurance schemes or insurance products or insurance solutions that are existing at any particular moment of time. So any kind of insurance which is leaving out, which is bringing in individuals from different sectors who are not catered for, then basically that is inclusive insurance. So it is from traditional conventional insurance as we know it, but of course a significant part of it is microinsurance or insurance for low-income household, because this, the informal segment has systemically being left out of the financial sector services. Now, about the inclusive insurance landscape, when we look at the conventional insurance, the Africa inclusive insurance market, the report tells us that African insurance contribute about 1.3% of the global insurance premium. 1.3% of the global premium. And the average penetration across the continent is 2.8%. The average rate in emerging economies is at 3%. So we are at 2.8% as a continent, but we are supposed to be at a 3.2% of the GDP, that is penetration. But the global penetration level is at 6.1% of the GDP. So we are 2.8, let's say roughly at 3, and the global average is at 6. So we are halfway on the journey to get to where we are supposed to get. But the good news is the pace of growth of insurance in Africa is the fastest in the world, of course, next to the Asians market. We are growing at about 12% per annum. Of course, with the COVID pandemic, without factoring in COVID pandemic, the African growth between the period of 2020 to 25 was expected to be growing at 7% per annum, which is a very good growth rate. I know our market has been growing at about 8% in this past 6 months. So we are there, near to the average of the Africa growth rate. And with this projection of 7% growth within the continent, it makes African insurance market growth approximately as twice as the rate of growth of North America, or more than 3 times the rate of growth of Europe, and slightly higher than the growth of Asia at 6%. While this is good news, the not so good news is the fact that these are markets which are somewhat matured. They are more inclusive than we are, or than where we have reached. If we zoom into the microinsurance, where is the what does the landscape of the Africa continent, how does it look like? The report of 2018, the landscape of microinsurance, tells us that we are in the same place where we were in the year 2014. So we have 61.2 million lives that are insured. But we have about 700 million people in the continent which are supposed to be served by these microinsurance products. Now, the other news or important news is the fact that about 58% of insurance service providers in the continent, they are trying to pursue a microinsurance strategy. So the question is, how many insurance companies in Tanzania are pursuing a microinsurance strategy, are trying to create solutions specific for low-income market? Tuna kampuni ngapi hapa kwetu ambazo zina design insurance solutions kwa ajili ya kuileta informal sector into the formal. If we look at the map of Africa, which shows the level of penetration in the continent, is the estimates of the year 2016. You will see there are very few markets have level above 3%. And of course Tanzania is not one of them, but there are not many across the continent. There are not many across the continent. But you will see, when you see the deep green, that is the country GDP insurance penetration of more than 5% of the GDP. So basically it's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 countries to 54 countries in the continent with insurance penetration of more than 5% of the GDP. The light between 3% to 5% of GDP penetration, you have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 countries, and among these 8 countries. So where are we? You know, with a penetration lower than 1%, we have a journey that we want to pursue as a country, and when we position ourselves across the continent, you'll see we're a bit behind. Now, I'll turn my eye to health insurance. Before I talk specifically about what universal health coverage and the universal health insurance coverage is, I want to share a little story around the universal health insurance coverage. Now, the earliest step towards universal health insurance coverage were taken by Germany under the able leadership of Chancellor Otto von Bismarck. This was 1883. So, Germany introduced German insurance, a sickness insurance act, but this was a result of social unrest. It was not a dialogue, peaceful dialogue like the one that we are having today. So, as a devout Lutheran, von Bismarck was inspired by Martin Luther, who already in the 16th century proclaimed that those who were unable to work due to illness and could not afford needed care should be provided with necessary treatments to restore their health so that they could return to work. However, this health coverage was only intended for a limited group of people, and this was about 10% of the population of Germany at that particular time. And it was not until the year 2000 that Germany attained full coverage of the German population, that every legal resident of Germany was enrolled in either a public or a private health insurance plan. Now, from 1883, when Otto von Bismarck started the journey toward universal health coverage, it took Germany about how many years for those who are good in maths? Myself, I took history and language. How many years? 117 years. That is the time that Germany took to get to a full universal health coverage status. But the other part of this story is that after Otto von Bismarck started this universal health coverage journey, other European countries followed in these steps. They had different types of schemes, and eventually there have been, significant benefits seen in terms of the quality of health in the European continent, including increase in life expectancy, which is now at above 80 years, but also a reduction in the amount of out-of-pocket payments that you go to hospital and then you pay for the service. Instead, people will be using insurance. And so we can say that the European governments, they chose to implement social programs so as to protect their citizens from socio-economic distress. If we are to look at the landscape of universal health coverage in Africa, we will need to answer only 3 questions. So what has been the progress so far achieved by the African countries in terms of the universal health coverage? What are the challenges and opportunities in this journey towards universal health coverage? And what are the key recommendations that can help African countries to effectively and efficiently transform the health sector to a more universal? As I have learned from the guest of honor's speech, there is a small contradiction of what universal health coverage is, and I want to take 1 minute to clarify. Now, the ultimate goal of universal health coverage is to ensure that all people obtain health services that they need without suffering financial hardships when paying for these health services. So the health services that you need without financial hardship. This is why always when people talk about universal health coverage, the financial component becomes like the main agenda or the overall message that universal health coverage is. So it means that with universal health coverage, there are 3 interrelated objectives that must be achieved. 1 is equity in access. That is not how much you can pay for, but what you need in terms of health services. 2, the quality of service that you as a human being receive, so no one should receive less decent health services. And the third component, which we say usually is the main, is the financial risk protection, that you do not suffer catastrophic medical bill, that you do not become poor or you do not fail to access health service because of the cost of the service. Now, if you go through literature, there is a lot that you will get to learn about universal health coverage, but one important aspect is the fact that every year 100 million people are pushed into poverty and 150 million people suffer financial catastrophe due to out-of-pocket expenditure on health services. 100 million people, they become poor just because they cannot, they do not have mechanisms or prepayment mechanisms to access service when they need it. Why? Because, the healthcare is urgent. It's not something that, it's not like a wedding you can, wait for it and organize. When it comes, when you become ill or sick or it's an accident, you need to find any mechanisms to survive. So we can safely say that universal health coverage is about protecting the people from financial consequences of paying for health services out of their own pocket, so that we can reduce the risk of people being pushed into poverty because of unexpected illnesses or accidents, which require them to use their life savings, to sell their assets, or to borrow from loan sharks, which will destroy their future and the future of their generation or the children. But what is it not? So as to clearly distinguish this, we say usually there are a lot of things that are not included in the scope of universal health coverage. So one, universal health coverage does not mean free coverage for all people, health interventions, regardless of the cost, because there is no country that can provide, unlimited health service to its people sustainably, all right? But again, universal health coverage is not just about health financing. It's not just about health insurance for everyone, make it mandatory insurance. There are other key components, as I mentioned earlier, the issues of equity, that you can access despite your ability, health service despite your ability to pay, but also the quality of this service that you are receiving. But again, the other thing is, universal health coverage is not only about ensuring a minimum benefit package of health services. The famously known as the MBP, right? The minimum benefit package. It is about ensuring a progressive expansion of health services and financial protection as you are garnering in more resources. Universal health coverage is not only about individual treatment services, but it includes addressing the needs of the population, including conducting public health campaigns, treating water that is used, controlling mosquito grounds, and all these kind of preventive and palliative measures. Finally, I can say that universal health coverage is comprised of much more than just health. It is about taking steps towards universal health coverage, towards equity, development priority, social inclusion, and cohesion of community. Now, what is the landscape of universal health coverage in Africa, and where are we positioned? Now, this study by Archaic contrasted the progress of the journey towards universal health coverage between the year 2015 and the year 2017. And if you look clearly, you will see the level, the index coverage of Tanzania has declined from about 49-ish% to 20-something, between 20-something or 20-something% of the coverage index. So we can say this now conforms to what we have just heard, that the level of health insurance coverage, when you look at the 2015, you will see that Tanzania color is a bit deeper, which is at around 49% penetration levels or coverage level. But if you contrast it to the 2017, you will see we are somewhere at 30-something, just above 25, but we are not at the 51.5%. But again, you will notice there are other countries which from 2015 to 2017 have made remarkable progress when you look at the north and at the bottom. And this speaks to the pattern of overall conventional insurance in the continent. You will have noticed in the previous map when you were talking about conventional insurance in Africa, the lower part of the bottom part of the continent and the top part of the continent, the levels of insurance penetration are significantly higher. Unfortunately for us as a country, we have not moved forward while our peers in the continent have been progressing towards. And when you zoom into the component of financial risk protection, as one component of universal health coverage, which is of course of interest, universal health insurance coverage. Now, what you see is Tanzania is somewhere with a 3.8% proportion of the population which is protected from the financial risk, right? That is result from catastrophic health bills. Now, the incidence of catastrophic health payment in Africa is high and it has been increasing. Approximately 97 million people in Africa, which represent 8.2% of the continent's population, incur catastrophic healthcare costs at the 10% threshold annually. And the proportion of individuals that are pushed into poverty in Africa is high, but the good news, it is reducing. So only 15 million people, which represents 1.4% of the continent population, are pushed into poverty annually because of out-of-pocket health payments. So if 15 million people are pushed into poverty every year, for this decade that we are looking to transform the insurance sector, we will expect 150 million people to be poor, just because of health service or because there is no health insurance in place. So if we do our job well, we will help somehow to reduce that number from 15 million to, I don't know, a certain number that you may resolve in this meeting, that we as a country want to contribute to reduce the number of people who get into poverty because of health. But as much as you can make this mandatory, it does not mean 100% of the people will be, paying for this insurance. Shindio jamani? That is how it is. So while people are thinking, the policymakers, the players in the market, even if government says everyone must have health insurance, it won't mean automatically everyone will jumping in to pay for insurance. Sindio, kama hiyo chanjo hata kusema leo ni lazima, you will not, they say you can force a horse to a river, but will not force it to drink water. It's the same as with mandatory health insurance. But the other thing that has been emerging is separation of provision of health service with the purchase function. So you have, health providers and health insurance as separate entities. But now when the government is the one that is providing the health service and it is the one that is purchasing the service, then you know that there is a challenge, and there is where you see the emerging of this separation. The other thing is establishment of a single risk pool so as to increase, cross subsidies across the population. The other thing is using multiple purchasers where you have public and private to purchase the essential package for health on behalf of the government. Now, so we have heard that the government is happy that the private sector can come into the universal health and play. But what are the rules of the game? Do we know the rules of the game? Are we clear what will be the role of the private sector? Right? So these things must be very clear from the beginning, because the competitive edge that the government scheme has, the private sector does not have. The ability to use resources like health experts by government scheme, will the private players be afforded the same benefit? Creating an independent accreditation system which links provider payment to quality of service that is being offered, and establishing expert committee which is responsible for developing and updating the benefit package. So the minimum benefit package is not expected to be a Bible or a Ten Commandment. It will have to evolve, but we will need experts to help with that progress. Challenges and lessons across the continent. One, you will need to ensure that the country takes a leading seat in this journey, but you have a strong support of technical assistance from various development partners, the likes of the World Health Organization, the likes of the Farm Access, etc., etc. Two, involving key stakeholders, especially the local government, civil society, and the private sector from the beginning. So it is good that we have been invited, the private sector has been invited to participate in the universal health coverage, but how engaged and how involved are you, that is another issue to consider. Managing interests and expectations of various stakeholders in this sphere, balancing the long-term vision, like the 10 years vision that we have, our drive to universal healthcare supports the third SDG goal, which I hope Madam Masha will touch on. But there are also immediate implementation concerns. Systems, infrastructure, transition modes, and all these kind of things. Keeping an integrated and sector-wide view while developing a national level funding and investment framework, such as maybe issues related to costing, and building country capacity to do investment case. Now, I want to underscore the role of private sector in universal health insurance coverage, as I am getting to conclusion of my address. Now, the private sector must be involved in creation of insurance education and awareness that will change the attitude of the insureds and providers, increase inclusion, strengthen public trust, and inform decisions and explain the choices and consequences. So it's not just any awareness and education campaign, but there are other factors that I have mentioned need to be considered. Two is establish a strategic capacity development hub for universal health insurance coverage. I hope strategies and Assemble and the other players in the health place, you are following up this, because if you don't do these things, you will just be a spectator in this universal health insurance game. You will need to establish a strategic capacity development hub, because this is social insurance, it's not conventional insurance. So you will need a team of experts who are sitting and brainstorming about how you are going to tackle this big animal. You will provide technical support for efficient insurance framework, including actuarial and insurance technical services. So we have had this dialogue. How was the MBP design? Okay. The private sector role in universal health insurance coverages, the insurance expertise, actuarial, reinsurance. So we know the challenges. I know Zamaradi will come to talk about the ICHF. One of the key challenges in the CHF was, the insurance technicality. Political decisions were used to design insurance solutions. Conducting gap analysis so as to have evidence-based financing, research, study, find out what are the problems, what is missing. You are expected to champion innovation in the financing of universal health insurance coverage. This will include creative earmarked levies, namaanisha tozo, and models for deploying levies which reduce resistance, social impact bonds, social business for health, etc. Now, in countries which have done so well, like here in Gabon, for example, they introduced earmarked levies on mobile phones. That was here, I think, around 2012, and that was specific for to fund universal health coverage, and they raised significant funds, and that is why you have seen among the countries which are doing very, very well in this space. Facilitate scaling and sustainability of social health insurance or microinsurance by providing efficient alternatives, such as the use of MNOs to reduce distribution costs. We are informed by a study of CIMA in 2016 that the MNOs can reduce the distribution costs of health insurance to about, of microinsurance to about 8%. For about 8%. So the likes of Milvic, for example, and Tigo Bima, how are they coming into play, working with NHIF to show if you use this modality, then to the rural people faster, easier, and cheap in less cost. Also to facilitate in designing provider payment mechanisms which are effective, acceptable, and considerate of the local context. So we know that the providers will always try to find ways, to make more money from insurance. So how are you, the private insurance sector is expected now to bring in the expertise on how you can make provider payment mechanisms which are rather safe. In conclusion, talking about the future, I think the future lies in innovation. And for universal health insurance coverage, innovation will mean not only thinking about taxing people, telling people to put in money, because that route took German about 120-something years. So we need to be innovative, and this will include considering alternative financing mechanisms such as performance-based financing, development impact bonds, and social impact bonds. The other thing is having in place a very clear public-private partnership framework. How will the private sector work with the government in offering the service, especially how you will leverage the capital, the managerial capacity, and the technical know-how of the private sector. With that, I want to thank you very much, and I wish you wonderful discussions, deliberations, and resolution in this forum. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anselin, for what you just presented to us. Our next presenter, our next speaker will be speaking about Tanzania Financial Sector Development Master Plan and how insurance stakeholders are accelerating development agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce you Ms. Marsha, who is the Interim Executive Director of the Global Compact Network Tanzania, and also she has served the board of GCNT since 2018, as a corporate seat member from Nestle Equatorial African Region. Karibu sana.
Mnanisikia? Habarini za mchana. Kweli, time is not on our side, because I've seen that I'm given 15 minutes. And of course, the topic that I have is quite, it needs a deep dive. But before I go further, allow myself to appreciate the organizers. And definitely, I believe we still have the government in here. Yes. So, all the excellencies, distinguished guests, all the commissioners present, all the government officials from all relevant offices, fellow private sector, heads of institutions, members of media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, habarini tena za mchana. Allow me to greet you in the name of Jamhuri ya Muungano ya Tanzania. Before we go further, allow me also to steal a minute of to observe a minute of silence for all departed souls in COVID, and that includes my brother. Amen. Indeed, it's a great honor to be standing before you here. And on behalf of myself and behalf of the Global Compact, the UN Global Compact local chapter, we are delighted that we are supporting the 2021 Inclusive and Health Insurance Conference for Africa. And sincere big congratulations to the college and also all stakeholders that have joined hands. This space created to have this important conversation on how insurance stakeholders are accelerating development agenda is wholly embraced. And while it is wholly embraced, but however, I see that we need to touch briefly on the pandemic itself. On observation, I just did a small survey, small study while sitting here. At one time, we were 67 in the room, and only 50% were wearing their masks and recognizing all the aspects of observing COVID. So is it kwa sababu ya chanjo au? We need to remember kwamba hata kama ukichanja, you are still can get it. So let's observe these preventive measures, because it's not a disease that you would want to go close to. Having said that, I will definitely be without justice if I go about the topic itself without telling you in brief what Global Compact Network Tanzania is. And this is the local network chapter of the United Nations Global Compact that supports the Tanzania signatories, both businesses and non-businesses, in implementation of the UN principles that are embracing labor, human rights, environment, and fighting corruptions, while embracing the 17 goals of the Sustainable Development Goals. Indeed, COVID crisis has caused further widening of the protection gap, as previous speakers also have mentioned. And this has continue to increase the global poverty. The impact is especially devastating for the poorest and most vulnerable, which are women, of course, micro, small, and medium enterprises, and the informally employed. Definitely those who were dependent on tourism are also seriously affected. And of course, remittances and rural communities with less hospital access. Last year, the World Bank estimated that between 119 and 124 million new poor will be produced. And the repercussions of the pandemic on people's lives and economies have regained or reignited the discussions around the world and the role of insurance in sustainable development efforts. Financial inclusions and access to insurance have a pivotal role to play in helping people to cope with the impact of the pandemic. And insurance as itself helps the society, as per the previous speakers have continued to cement on that. Insurance helps the society to deal with severe shocks, whether these are health-related or due to the natural catastrophes. By increasing resilience, insuring contributes to achieving sustainable development goals. As we all know, Tanzania in 2020, last year, we launched our 10-year financial sector development master plan that aimed at enabling the sector to contribute significantly in resource mobilization for economic growth in Tanzania. Of course, this is one of those East African nations, we all know that. So this effort is targeted to ensure that there is focused attention. And this master plan embraced new thinking and innovative ways of institutional coordination to support the realization of the Development Vision 2025. Of course, also support and contribute positively to poverty reduction. The Financial Sector Development Master Plan, as you all are aware, or might be news, is covering both Ukut Bara na Visiwani. And it is covering all the subsectors that were identified by then, the banking, capital markets, insurance, social security, and microfinance. So financial sector development plays a significant role in stimulating economic growth and poverty reduction. The sector plays a number of functions, including but not limited to the following: producing market information about possible investment and capital allocation, and this is an information which all the investors are looking forward. Of course, monitoring the investments and exercising corporate governance, providing finances is also included. Beyond that, it is also facilitating trading, diversification, and management of risks. And among the list that I've identified, it is also doing the mobilization and pooling savings and easing exchanges of goods and services. As we all see a number of mergers and also acquisitions that are done by the sector itself, including merging the banks, etc. As of, it's a little bit outdated data, but I feel that it's important to share with you. As of 2018, the banking subsector accounted for 69% of the total assets. Social security accounted for 27.5%, and insurance, of course, accounted for 2.2%, and collective investment schemes accounted for 0.6%. One has to understand, and you will all, because I know we have sincere experts here, so one has to understand that the fact that insurance companies do not make investment in fixed assets, and that's why you see that 2.2%, little depreciation and very small capital expenditures are recorded. So they rather make estimated provisions for the future claims that are expected. So when asked What insurance does, most people are likely to say that it provides protection against financial aspects of premature death, injury, loss of property, loss of earning power, legal liability, or other unexpected expenses. And all that is true. However, the industry's contribution to the economy goes much further. And one could point out to the millions of people that are employed in the insurance sector that the government is collecting, and premium taxes paid into extensive charitable works, which is sincerely appreciated. But significant are the byproducts of the contributions of the industry. And at the heart of the growth and progress of every modern economy, this is much needed. So we could group these contributions to three broad categories. Moja, safety and security. Secondly, economic and financial stability. And thirdly, development. I wouldn't want to go, but definitely I believe there will be a chance to go deeper into those three categories. So, Tanzania, as a country, is making progress across all the 17 sustainable development goals. We did the voluntary reporting of the development goals. That was back in 2019. And the report was the one that was used by the Prime Minister to be presented at the UN in New York. So, with less than a decade remaining, as a country must pursue also where insurance is a primary lever contributor to the SDG, its effect on the respective SDG and the impact of the measures on this area continues to be obvious. Drawing on this definition, insurance mechanisms underpin the achievement of the 6 SDGs to provide some form of risk protection to low-income individuals. So I'll go at least deeper into this so that we see the association. The goal number 1, which is about no poverty, where insurance can offer a safety net to the vulnerable households, not to fall into poverty, and act as a springboard for poor households out of poverty. And of course, it allows social protection, protection of micro businesses, to allow recovery from losses, if any. So the key message which I can assure you, which can come out of here, how insurance helped to end poverty in all forms everywhere, I drew 3 areas. Insurance provides a safety net for those using it, preventing families from falling back into poverty after experiencing a shock. Insurance also provides an economic protection mechanism for all, and as well also insurance sustains other development efforts. And with this, we have quite a number of examples that others have done extensively, and I believe we'll be seeing a lot of you opening up with the new products for insurance, especially for the poor, of which you charge them a very less than $2. It's talking about allowing them to go back to normal life once they have lost their beloved ones, which can cover for their burial services, can cover for their after losing the breadwinner, which is something that most of the families experience, especially in the rural areas where they tend to even sell a small space, ya shamba, even properties that they have gained. And it allows them now to go back to business, because once they lose the breadwinner, they tend to go without working, without knowing what to do for quite some time. SDG number 2, this is zero hunger. Hunger is one of the greatest constraints to development. We all know that. Tukisikia njaa, yani hamna kinachoendelea. So it is estimated that around 800 million people globally, and of course, when we are talking about Tanzania, we understand that more than 20%, more than 30% of the population, they are under the very much of the, you could say like ndo zile kaya masikini sana. Because we need to understand that when we go that, we allow them to get more food. So if you do not have enough food to live, you will definitely do not able to contribute to the economy. The economic and social consequences of hunger are obvious. Insurance fosters locally driven and sustainable food production by opening lending opportunities where there were none before, and the encouragement of investment in enhanced agriculture practices. Insurance also provides households with food security by stabilizing the household's financial situation after a shock. So agriculture insurance for crops and livestock, which is definitely upcoming and is getting so much into the space, is able to stable and increase production of food even when there are challenging situations. So insurers' investment into research, development, deployment, and diffusion on climate, weather, and natural catastrophes to sustain food production and storage is a space which you could consider. So the key message for here is that insurance by itself helps hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. Insurance fosters insurance tends to foster locally driven and sustainable food production by opening lending opportunities where there were none before, and by encouraging investment in enhanced agriculture practices. It does also improve household food security by stabilizing the household's financial situation after a shock. Insurance also helps people to respond and adapt to natural catastrophes which otherwise can plunge them into greater poverty. What about the goal number 3, which is about the good health and well-being? The role of health insurance is evident through the increased access to medical services and, of course, universal health coverage goal. Insurance and social protection play complementary roles because they need to, both of them go together. They tend to play complementary roles to cover a range of households' health care costs. And insurance, on the other hand, improves health care seeking behavior. Tunajua kabisa when we have our insurance cards, hata kuna ile unasikia tu kwamba ni pameuma hapa, you go to the health facility. Of course, we don't encourage that. And Minister for Health, on behalf, definitely you are aware of that. And there's that, I would say, gate by the card itself, the health insurance card. So the key message here, we are talking about how insurance can help ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. It's all about social protection and the complementary roles that are played by the health insurance and, of course, universal health coverage, as well as it improves the health-seeking behavior. What about the other goal that is also being contributed positively by the insurance? This is about the gender equality. Insurance, this is goal number 5. Insurance related to gender risks such as maternity, or I can say all the areas that we are talking about there is element of cultural, biological, economical. These are all being looked at positively by insurance. And as an example, if you're talking about gender risks such as maternity, insurance covers benefiting women in their small and medium enterprises, groups such as SACCOS and Vicoba, as well as Farmers Group. Insurance offers protection for women working in informal sector who often fall outside the reach of the public social protection schemes. And insurance protects women from their financial impact, better rates to women such as motor insurance that covers, that considers women as their key drivers. And to finish, I'll definitely rush into what I'm saying. To finish on this particular goal number 5, we are talking about there are gender differences in risks faced by women and men. We all recognize that. Also, insurance offers protection for women working in informal sector who often fall outside the social protection. But at the same time, women from the financial losing family members tend to help them better to sustain back to business time. And of course, decent economic growth, this is goal number 8. Protect assets, thereby unlocking loans and other funds for investment by the micro, small, and medium enterprises, and also private funds for productive investment. Insurance also help avoid child labor, which is something that is related to risk financing. What can be said around the climate goal number 13? I will not be doing justice if I leave this goal without talking anything. Insurance can help us take urgent action to combat climate change events and its impact. And definitely on this, it mitigates the effect of extreme weather conditions and thereby strengthening climate change resilience. And of course, insurance complements and strengthens other climate change coping efforts. Apart from that, it has also allows protection of different varieties of stakeholders and companies from being vulnerable. There are areas that insurance said not to be directly supporting the development of these SDGs, and we cannot go without mentioning them. This includes goal number 4, which is about quality education. Goal number 6, this is about clean water and sanitation. And of course, goal number 7, this is about affordable and clean energy, without forgetting the goal number 9, industry innovation and infrastructure. And this is an area definitely in insurance sector can embrace the opportunities available there. Without forgetting the goal number 10, this is about reduced inequalities, and of course, sustainable cities and communities. This is about goal number 11. And of course, partnerships for the goals. This is goal number 17, which encourages the global partnerships for the goals itself. To conclude, insurance is an important tool to achieve the 2030 agenda and its goals, definitely with their targets. So considering all intervention levels which allow providing social and economic protection by way of making high quality insurance services broadly available, inclusive insurance can contribute to the SDGs in the following ways. 1, to provide for buffer to stop the vicious cycle of poverty. 2, to build resilience for women, families and businesses, and even infrastructure. Thirdly, to support the formalization, growth, and productivity of micro, small, and medium enterprises. So the SDGs represent the common language for setting aspirations and alignment among the insurance industry, supervisors, and policymakers. So more work, therefore, needs to be done to widen the insurance vocabulary and articulate on how insurance can support development sustainably. Having said that, asanteni sana.
Thank you so much. Asante sana, Miss Masha. Our next speaker is from Farm Access. She's Zamaradi Mbega, a head of program in Tanzania. Zamaradi also is a certified trainer for inclusive insurance through an initiative by FSDT. She's also been working, she has also been working with different insurance initiatives such as Faraja Bima, Bima Mkononi, Dharura Faster, and ICHF. Karibu sana. Sorry, we need a technical guy, because I think she's asking for her presentation.
Thank you. Habari za mchana. So as introduced, my name is Zamaradi Mbega and I'm working with FarmAccess. And what I'm going to share today is basically our experience in introducing and implementation of the Improved Community Health Fund, ICHF. And we are doing this in the hope that it will inform especially the private health insurance companies when we are going to introduce the universal health coverage, when the government is going to introduce UHSC. So instead of you guys starting from 2021, at least learn from us, take what you can, take the lessons, and the things that you're going to start in 2021, we actually started in 2011. So don't start 10 years ago, start as of now. So in my presentation, I'll tell you a little bit about FarmAccess, then about CHF and the improved CHF. Then I will talk about how we introduced the Community Health Fund in Kilimanjaro and Manyara, then our key lessons and very few recommendations at the end. So talking about FarmAccess, we are an international NGO with offices in multiple African countries, including Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, and here in Tanzania, our headquarters in Amsterdam. And in Tanzania, we have initiatives in both Zanzibar as well as Tanzania mainland. Starting in Zanzibar, we are working very closely with the revolutionary government of Zanzibar in designing the health financing strategy, as well as we support the government in introducing the Zanzibar Health Insurance Scheme, the ZHIS. I think we have all heard His Excellency President Mwinyi talking about the will of his administration to introduce a health insurance scheme. So we are working with them to make sure that they are starting that. And so far they have appointed the ZSSF, which is an equivalent of NSSF, to manage the scheme. So we are doing an assessment on ZSSF currently on how they are going to manage the ZHIS. And we also work with the Ministry of Health in Zanzibar to digitalize quality improvement. In Tanzania mainland, we work with the government in quality improvement as well, but we are also piloting an alternative financing model for pregnant women. It's called Mom Care, but we are also providing technical assistance to the PRAG and the Ministry of Health for implementation of ICHF and eventually informing the government on how we are going to serve the informal sector. I know that's a lot. I've tried to explain it as briefly as I can, but if you'd like to know more about FarmAccess, we have a desk at the back there with 3 ladies. I'm only seeing one now, so you can come at any time and learn more about our organization. So moving to CHF, I think it's better we talk a bit about CHF before we go to explaining what we did and what we are doing for CHF. So CHF was actually started by the government in 2001 by the CHF Act. Sorry, is this? Yes, that one. By the CHF Act, that was the government of Tanzania, and the idea was that it was implemented at district level. So the Baraza la Madiwani, the full council, was the one responsible for setting up the premiums and deciding how services were going to be offered to the members. And the premium then were set between 5,000 to 10,000 per household of up to 6 people. So it depended on what the Madiwani decided. So in one council, people were charged 5,000 per household or per person, and then in the other one it was 10,000. But that was the range. And everything started and ended at the district. So whatever information that was shared to the central government was basically the reports that were developed manually by the district themselves. So that was the old CHF implemented between 2001 up to 2018. And then came the improved CHF. Next slide, please. Yes, so the improved CHF has been implemented since 2018 to date, and it has 3 key areas of improvement. So one of them was coverage. Previously, as I said, everything started and ended at the district, but this one extended services to the regional level. So now a member can access services from the dispensary to the regional hospital. There are talks that members can even access services across regions, so it means national coverage, but we are not very sure about how that is being done. So it's still not clear. It is said that people can access service. Premium then went from 5 to 10,000 to 30,000 per household of up to 6 people. But additionally in Dar es Salaam, for obvious reasons, premium is 40,000 per person. And then there has also been introduction of technology where now registration to claims payment is all done through an ICT system called IMIS. So, and information is centralized at PIORAG. So now if you want reports, even if you just want a report for a particular village, you can get all that at PIORAG instead of the previous one where you had to get manual reports from the district. So that is about ICHF. So now to what us as Farm Access have done in relations to ICHF. Our story started in 2011 where we partnered with KNCU in Kilimanjaro to design a health insurance scheme for their members. So this is a cooperative back in Kilimanjaro. So we introduced a health insurance scheme specifically for their members. But then again, in 2013, 40% of the members of the KNCU were reached. And at the same time, you look at Kilimanjaro region, they had a penetration ratio of below 6%. So then we were called with the regional leadership and that be advised that whatever it is that we are doing with KNCU, since it was such a success, can we do the same with the Kilimanjaro as a region and not just be specific to the KNCU? Which of course we accepted, because then again we are an NGO and that is our job, to support the government. So we had to seek approvals from the central government and they also accepted. So by 2015 we introduced the improved Community Health Fund, ICHF, in Kilimanjaro based on the KNCU model. And we also extended the same services to Manyara region. So by 2019, enrollment improved to 18% in Kilimanjaro and 22% in Manyara under the supervision of Farm Access, which, again, if you remember, was below 6 and 10% in Manyara respectively. And this model was then adopted at national level. And if you understand, ICHF now is implemented in all 26 regions in mainland. So for now, we continue to support the government in the implementation of ICHF, but our support is more at national level through the two ministries, the Ministry of Health and TAMISEMI. We offer technical support to Kilimanjaro and Manyara because we are there for the past 10 years. You don't just close the doors and leave, but this depends on their request from the regional administration. And we also share our lessons, as we are doing right now, to various platforms, whether for conferences like this, but if you're an organization and you'd like to learn from us, you are very, very mostly welcome. And as far as the future is concerned, that is to be advised. We understand the government wants to introduce UHSC. So for us, what we are going to do in terms of UHSC and ICHF, we await to see what will be proposed to the Parliament in September. Then we can form our strategic plan on how we are going to get involved. So that is the story of ICHF and how we got here. So now I'm going to go directly to lessons. What have we learned in the past 10 years of implementing ICHF in Kilimanjaro, Manyara, and offering support at national level? So one thing that we have learned is that under the right circumstances, people are actually willing to prepay for health care. I'll echo what Anselm said, that globally actually 100 million people go into poverty every year as a result of paying for health care by cash. And there was a study that was done by FinScope in 2017, in which they found out that people were asked, if you have money right now, what is the first thing that you would pay for? And 11% say that they will pay for health care. And actually, medical expenses are the #1 reason why people are borrowing. So of the adult people that we are asked, 44% say that they borrowed within the past 12 months. So that will be 2016. But out of those that borrowed, actually 24% of them borrowed to pay for health care. And that was actually the #1 reason why people borrowed. So we are saying if premiums are affordable, and by affordability, it means the people that can pay for it, let them pay for it. But we also need to understand that there are people that can pay the partial premium. If you're saying you're charging 50,000 right now per household, there are people that can pay 40,000. There are people that can pay 20,000. And there are, of course, people that can pay 0. They can't afford to pay for this. If we have programs like TASAFs, where people are being supported, say, by, I think, 15 or 45,000 per quarter, how do we expect these people to pay for insurance premiums? So we need government subsidies to cover these people. So we need affordable premiums for those who can pay, and we need to support those who cannot pay. And people will pay for insurance if it is also accessible. And by accessibility, we mean by enrollment and all other services under it. So you don't expect people to come and enroll into insurance where you have offices in big cities in town and you are not in the rural area. So we need to get where people are, then they can prepay for insurance. Another lesson that we learned is that as much as it doesn't make sense, when we are doing discussions at a very surface level, insurers need to take responsibility for quality of healthcare services at health facilities. We usually say that in insurance we are selling promises. You're just telling people, give me your money, if this happened, then I'm going to service you. So it's a business of promises. So we should take responsibility on delivering on those promises. Unfortunately, unlike other services, when an insurer makes a promise, when a claim happens, that person can come directly to the insurance company and deal with the same people that sold the service. But with healthcare, it's different. You're buying your health insurance from person A, and you're going to claim from person B. So the person that is selling insurance should take responsibility on what services your members are getting. And the people, your members, they don't differentiate between the health service provider and you as an insurer. It's just the same thing. You didn't get the service. They don't see you as an insurer and them as health service providers. And for this one, at PharmAccess, we have a digital tool that works to improve health services at healthcare facilities. Please come to our desk to learn more about this. I know we are pressed on time, but just to share, by the time we are starting in Kilimanjaro, so this digital tool actually rates health facilities. We rate hotels. So you can have a 1-star facility, this is 5 stars. So it depends on the quality of fall. So by the time we are starting in Kilimanjaro, we had 50 facilities, and out of those healthcare stars. And if I look at my numbers here, actually 86% of them had only 1 star, with 14% of them with 2 stars, and that was it. There was no 3-star healthcare facility or 5-star healthcare facility. By the time we are closing down the project, we had 80% with 1 star, 32% with 2 stars, 42% with 3 stars, and 17% with 4 stars. Has anyone a 4-star? A 4-star hotel, and at a 1-star hotel? We have stayed at 1-star hotels. So just imagine the service you're getting at a 1-star hotel and then the service you're getting at a 4-star hotel. It's different. By the time we started here, 86 facilities had only 1 star. By the time we were leaving, 17% had 4 stars. It's because we took the responsibility of improving quality at healthcare facilities, because we understand that insurance and healthcare services are one and the same to the end user. So the third lesson that we'd like to share is that we, as insurers, we need to select the right reimbursement model. You need to decide, we need to make decisions on how we are going to pay the claims to the end user. So a good reimbursement model will actually lower your overall administration cost. I understand for most health insurance companies right now, we are doing fee per service. So you are taking a claim form and you are looking at each and every item to decide how much you're going to pay this person, this health facility. So eventually you need to have a very huge team of claims assessors. Your claims department needs to be big. So this is possible for now, where we are saving what, 0.1% of the population. So with UHSC, you can imagine we are going to save 30, 40, and eventually 70 or 80% of the population. These models need to be reviewed. We need a model that can actually lower our overall overhead costs. And for Pharmaccess, we actually did capitation, where our members had a choice to select one health facility that they're going to get their services from, and we paid each health facility based on how members selected that health facility. If a health facility had 1,000 members, they'll get more. If one had 100 members, they'll eventually get less. So this actually encouraged health facilities to offer better services, because they wanted to be the facility of choice for most members. But then again, they also invested in preventive measures, because they understood that if we prevent most of these complicated cases from happening, we are going to spend less on healthcare, and we are going to make more profit. So we need to select the right reimbursement model. Another lesson is inclusion of private health facilities. And this is actually the case right now with ICHF. There has been a bit of resistance to include private healthcare facilities. And we understand from Pharmaccess that in most areas, these are the facilities of choice for people. Like there was a study that we did in 2015 where 72% of the members in Kilimanjaro actually say they prefer private facilities from public facilities, and 52% in Manyara. And sometimes it's not even about the services of the public health facilities. Sometimes it's because of distance. I remember I went to a place in Ileje. It's a district in Songwe, very, very far from here. You can actually see Malawi from a distance. And there were two hospitals in that district. One, a government public hospital, and another one, an FBO, a faith-based facility. So people from where this FBO was were forced to go to the public facility. And it was actually 3 hours drive. And 3 hours drives in those big project cars that you see angels driving. So you can imagine a normal mwananchi, you are telling this person, if you want to access this health insurance, you need to go to public health facility. And this health facility 3 hours away. So we need to appreciate the role of private health facilities. And the lesson number five is quite obvious, community involvement. And this, for obvious reason, of course, it builds on trust for the insurance companies. Most of the insurers are not known to the rural community because we haven't been there. So we need to involve the community that we are serving, and also to have that sense of ownership as something that is their own. And additional to that is that when we work with the community, they know and understand their people better. They can speak in their language, and not just speaking in their language, say Kisikuma or what. They have their own way of communicating. They have their own way of selling these products to these people. So we need to involve the local community. And for Pharmaccess, we worked very closely with community health workers. We worked very closely with the community health workers, where we have one per each village, and these were appointed by the government. So instead of going with our own health insurance agents, we worked with community health workers, trained them, and make sure that they can sell insurance for ICHF. And the sixth lesson is, of course, use of digital solutions, and for obvious reason this will lower the administration costs and will simplify the processes. And for now, for ICHF, registration to claims payment is all done through a system called IMIS. And therefore, as a conclusion, at Farm Access, we believe that universal health coverage is possible. There is buy-in across the board. If you listen to the government, they're talking about insurance for all. If you listen to the opposition parties, they're talking about insurance for all. Even if you go to Twitter right now, we are arguing about a lot of things, but if you're talking about insurance for all, we all agree. So there is buy-in across the board that we all need insurance. There is also demand for insurance. People are spending a lot of money out of pocket to pay for health services. But for that to happen, we need to translate all these promises to action. Promises have been made by our leaders. Promises have been made by our organizations. Promises have been made by individuals. So we need to translate these promises into actions. We have been making these promises for a year now. It's time to start acting on them. We need to improve documentation and actually be informed about what has been done. I was actually asking a colleague earlier, there is this day among the young people. No pictures, or does anyone know? Or am I the only young person here? Pictures, or? I'm the only young person. So young people say pictures, or it didn't happen. Yeah. Pictures, or it didn't happen. If you don't have pictures, it didn't happen. So even for when we go to UHC, we need to remember documentation, or exactly. So if you want to, if we need to improve documentation, you either document what you're doing, or it didn't happen. Another thing is that we need to leverage on existing resources. As a country, we have people, we have organizations that have actually tried to save the informal sector, not just in insurance, in other services. What we want is to reach the informal sector. So if someone has already done that, we don't need to go and reinvent the wheel. Let's leverage on these systems. Let's leverage on these organizations, and especially on individuals that are quite conversant with reaching the informal sector. And on that, I would also like to talk about the strategic partnerships. So when I talk about strategic partnerships, what I mean is when we are doing insurance, we have that whole value chain, from product development to claims payment. We understand that value chain. We need to go through that and realize what is it that you can do as an insurance organization or as a government, and what you cannot do well. Is there someone else who is doing it out there? Can we find this person and partner with them, instead of going and trying to do something that somebody else has been doing for the past 20, 30 years? Can we start in 2021 and not in 1990? And that brings the end of my presentation. But for all that I've spoken and so much more, we have this book. So for us, we are saying we documented, so it actually happened. You can pick it up at our desk at the back. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Samaradi. May I now invite Ms. Vicky Untoloma to introduce and invite the panel for Universal Health Insurance Coverage Policy and the current insurance trend, please. Thanks, Vicky.
In the next session, We'll have a panel discussion on the universal health coverage. And the panelists on this discussion will have Dr. Flora Minja from Strategies Insurance, but representing ATI. Ms. Flora. We'll have Ms. Janet Hiza from the Ministry of Finance. We have Mr. Muyenge Zakaria from TIRA. We have Dr. Harry from FarmAccess. We have Ms. Masha from UN Global. Mr. Olo from TIBA. And Mr. Celestine from NHIF. Good. Without wasting time, as we're behind our schedule, I would like to start with Dr. Harry from FarmAccess, which has just made a presentation, a very pleasant one, on how they have achieved on CHIF. Dr. Harry from FarmAccess has been a pioneer on this CHF for about 10 years. And I believe there have been some challenges and achievement as well. How would you advise towards the universal health coverage, considering that the CHF has been implemented, and how should the challenges be tackled upon, towards the implementation of the universal health coverage?
Thank you very much, moderator, and thanks for inviting me for this to be one of the panelists. Wes, I think, as you said, as FarmAccess, we have been working with government and private partners for more than 10 years now, supporting health insurance programs and also the other side of the supply side. We are happy to be involved in designing of the ICHF, the model which was adopted by government and been rolled out in as a national scheme. I have to recognize what has been said by Director for Policy and Planning from the Ministry this morning on the achievement which government has gone through with the introduction of Universal Health Insurance Act. And we all hope that this September we will have the act approved by government and become a law. I think the fact that they are going to make it a mandatory is something positive to take from it. The fact that they have decided to involve the private companies. I myself have been the one who were against the previous plan of single national health insurance, which was promoting having a single public scheme for everyone. So we are happy that now they have come with this new model. But also the fact that there is going to be a defined minimum benefit package. I think that's something positive also to take from the government. But I think also there is skepticism on what was said, probably because, as I think one of the speakers said, the involvement of partners was not as much as was expected. So it's difficult to manage what to expect from what is coming. And one of the area where you see the skepticism is in the area of deciding to term it as Universal Health Insurance Act instead of universal health coverage, because with that, at least to my translation and to what was said, it looked like there is somehow something which is trying to be kept without being covered. Because if you talk of universal health insurance itself, then it definitely the supply side is taken out of the picture. And it's difficult and probably impossible to achieve universal health coverage if you don't address the issue on the side of the supply. And if the Act do not touch anything on the supply side, meaning that you're only talking of insurance coverage, then it's difficult to achieve the UHC. I think that's the area where, probably because we have not seen the draft of the Act, but I think that's one of the area which has to be addressed. But also, there are challenges which you can see. For instance, if you are talking about defining the minimum benefit package, you probably also have to put the cap in price. Because at the end, we want everyone to afford. And if you want most people to afford, then you probably talk of having the cap. And we've seen this some of the developed countries like Switzerland who have this kind of arrangement. But then if you have the caps, then definitely you need a risk equalization fund, because otherwise you are going to kill some of the companies, especially the private, which do not receive any subsidies and they have to pay tax at the end. So I think those are things which we have missed, and we are somehow in the dark because we are not sure if they have been addressed in the Act or not. But I think just maybe to conclude, to leave also Asa to contribute, I think the issue of reaching the poor, if we really want to achieve the universal health coverage, then there should be some discussion on tax exemption for the private insurance companies, so that at least we are sure that they also come with a premium which is affordable. The issue of the risk equalization fund, which I just mentioned, so that we make sure that even those who have chronic conditions are not getting the top up in premium and they can be able to afford. The issue of the quality, regulating the quality and the price from the healthcare providers, that also has to be considered to look at the issue of, to make sure that you control the premium. And of course, at the end, you also need to cap the price. I think I will stop there to allow for others also to contribute. Thanks.
Thank you. The next panelist, I would direct this to the Minister of Finance, Ms. Janet Hiza. The government, we say this is the universal health insurance coverage. That means that there will be a little bit of contribution from members. But we also know that majority of Tanzania are very poor. As the Minister of Finance, we know that there have been some fund that has been set aside. How the government, how are you going to identify and assist these poor who cannot access service to be able to access the health service when the universal health insurance has been introduced?
Yeah, thank you very much for your question about how government is going to reach those poor when it comes to the budget set aside for it. As you all aware, that the Minister of Finance come up with a financial sector development plan of 2021 up to 2029 to 30. And in that program, they have identified different target for all subsector in financial sector. And I think you're all aware that I addressed some few notes in the morning, and when you go through the target, one of the target indicated that 90% of the population have health insurance by 2030. So the target is well addressed, and this is the target for insurance subsector. And in this target, we will make sure that all the insurance players, they meet the target. And even for us to be here, it's one of the strategies to reach those people. And another initiative which we are going to have is to education program for all financial sector, subsector. And we are planning, for example, in October, we are going to have Education Week, and all 5 subsector in financial sector, they are going to participate. Because you can have money in one side, but if you don't have initiative, program, education to have awareness for our people, it's going to be very difficult. So we have different kind of initiative to make our people aware, and not only to be aware, but also you in the sector to participate, to make sure that you reach even the area which they even not aware of the insurance. So financial sector master plan will help all the sector to reach the poor, rest of the poor. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Just to add on the issue on identification of the poor in the who to be involved in the scheme. For sure, as you might know, the Tanzania Insurance Regulatory Authority is a part of the Ministry of Finance. So we will going with collaboration with the Ministry of Finance to collaborate with the other government institutions like National Bureau of Statistics to identify the poor, and also as you might know, there is what's so-called TASAF. Okay, there is a database which also will support it to identify this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Muyange. I would like to direct the next question to NHIF, who has also been a pioneer on health insurance in Tanzania since its establishment. So far, NHIF has a penetration of 8% to date on the coverage on health insurance, but it is still very, very minimal compared to the majority. Mr. Celestine, if you can tell us what NHIF are doing to increase the penetration as we are approaching the universal health coverage.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. As I've been introduced, my name is Celestine Muganga. I'm working with the NHIF. As for the question now, NHF is covering only 8%. And this is, yeah, by all standards, still a minimal percentage as compared to the population of Tanzanians. Yes, it's true, 8% is still minimal, but NHIF has been working around the act which established it, which gave it the mandate to enroll, to establish the social health insurance, which is initially started to cover with the public employees to the insurance. Although there were a number of amendments to the act which allowed the NHIF to expand the coverage, but if you leave alone the public employee, which there are less than 500,000 in Tanzania, the rest have been joining the fund through voluntary arrangement. The amendments to the Act allowed them to join in a voluntary way. So this didn't guarantee the substantial increase or substantial enrollment of the members. So NHIF is doing a number of things. If I can just mention them. First, we introduced the affordable insurance packages for the all voluntary enrollment members, and we have this to students, to boda as products. Students, boda afya, ushirika afya, umoja afya, and the retiree products. And also we have these enhancements of benefit packages, and this allows to have particular packages for particular groups, depending with the age, the family, and the demand of the health services. But again, associations and the armed cause, and NHIF gives them insurance. The financial institution pays for this insurance, and they recover it later when the farmers harvest their products. So this has been some of the efforts which NHIF have been involved in to increase enrollment. Yes, NHIF has numerous experience because of being in the field for quite a while. By the way, we are celebrating 20 years now since we were established. This is the age of a grown-up person, so we have immense knowledge of the social health insurance in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Celestine. My next question goes to Dr. Flora. Dr. Flora, if you can see, our penetration from the private sector in the health insurance is only 1%. But now we have the opportunity of participating in the universal health insurance coverage. Do you think the private sector is ready to accommodate this implementation? As we know, most of the benefits and the pricing on the private sector, normally it doesn't accommodate the low earners group. How are we prepared on accommodating this group towards the implementation of the universal health insurance coverage?
Thank you very much for the question. First of all, like you said, the penetration for private insurance is 0.54% currently, so it is actually even lower than that. And I think WABLIC on insurance, health insurance matters. So to respond to that and come to your second question, I think the universal health aspect, it is going to help a lot. But also the previous speakers that have feel that is going to be key. We can't necessarily have foot soldiers and having representatives who are also in all parts of the country to help us out. But the fact of readiness, we feel that we are very ready and we are there to support the initiatives. And on the minimum basic package, while there will be a...
Yes, sorry, I would like to emphasize just one point on top of what you have just said, that the government needs also to improve the health insurance structure so that health insurance, especially the basic insurance, should be mandatory, so that to ensure we reach the universal health coverage as soon as possible. Yes.
Thank you so much. My next question goes.
Vicky, universal access to these facilities, and we are addressing insurance to the masses. I'm glad the act is coming up, and our friend Celestine here has also said that there must be some kind of compulsory insurance for everybody to access. That's one point. But from where we see it, or from TIBA, we feel that distribution channel are very, very important. We have the traditional, we have the emerging, and with technology, it's very important that we embrace such to access or to reach out to the masses. From various papers presented today, and from Farm Access, from UN Global, they are very informative. So what would I advise is that let NHIF as a government entity or implementing body not be an island of its own. Let NHIF use the existing channels. We have banks, we have brokers, we have agents. I think if we embrace these partners in distribution, then we are better positioned or placed to increase the penetration rather than go alone. I think that's a very important point to take home. So the role of brokers cannot be overemphasized. These are full-time professionals who assess the risk, and my friend Dr. Minja has just spoken about actuarial, or scientific kind of data, so that when we come up with packages, they are informed. You don't just make political decisions. You make business and informed decisions. So brokers are well placed to advise clients, are well placed to advise providers, as well as the government. So our role is advisory, and we are positioned as TIBA, as an association, to ensure that brokers have a say, brokers play their role. Because I'll just divert a bit and say, when one of the auditors were meeting in Arusha, I think the accountants, they were challenged to advise the government on the Miamala. Yeah, you cannot sit back and see people complain. So as brokers, we have a role to advise the government that NHIF, must take everybody on board. I cannot overemphasize about the technology, but Madam Fiki, I think that's the position that everybody, if we play our part, then the cake is big enough for everybody. But if we want to have it alone, we will not manage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olo. That was very good indeed. I would like to hear from TIRA, being the regulator. I think most of the private insurance sector is being regulated under TIRA. Now that we know there will be the Universal Health Insurance, the Universal Health Insurance Coverage Act that will be tabled in September. I'm not sure if TIRA or the insurance public, private sector has participated on this. Is TIRA being the regulator? How do we participate in making sure what is being tabled in the parliament covered the private sector?
Thank you. You are talking about the role of the authority in this, as far as the universal health insurance is concerned, particularly approaching September, where the bill will be tabled. First of all, I would like to insist one thing before I'm responding. In TIRA, we are very much thinking of involving the stakeholder. Involvement is very important and a key issue to us. To be clear on that, but we will collaborate with the Minister of Health and the Minister of Financial and also NHIF to be clear the sector, particularly the insurance company. First of all, we needed to share the act draft on the universal health insurance before September, because September is almost near. How many of you have already seen this proposal or draft of the universal health insurance? I think maybe none. I'm not sure. None. So this is one the quick problem, because otherwise you don't have the document. What are you going to contribute, and you don't know what is inside? So now back to your question. Our role is going to coordinate and to ensure the private sector and the public sector come together so that to share and towards September everything to be in place. The second issue, apart from coordination, is to education and awareness. This one is very important, because otherwise, without creating awareness to the public, even the people will end up without understanding. It will be difficult to them to understand, and also to be involved on this one. Another thing, the third one, is to encourage our partner insurance companies and other stakeholder, TIBA is there, to develop more products which firstly affordable according to the Act, and also to consider the embedded packages with the other services. For example, to think health and inputs together to have such a kind of the product. So going forward, I think because this is an opportunity, the authority, we are going quick to meet with the stakeholder in insurance to see the way forward and how to enter in this game.
Asante.
Thank you so much. Yes, please.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for being, well,
No problem.
adding every time. But I would like this to comment this out of the experience we are having at NHIF. I think TIRA should come out quickly and take the role of the insurance regulator in health. Yes, this is a missing link on the ground as we are talking now. A lot are there to be regulated, and we have been crying at NHIF. We need a regulator. There's a lot to be taken care by TIRA as a regulator, please.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Flora.
Sorry, Fiki, if I may also add, I think, thank you, Mr. Muyengi, because I can see that at least hopefully we'll be making some progress in terms of the draft of the Act. We have also been trying to get it for quite a while, so this is very good, and we thank you very much for that, and we look forward to seeing it. And secondly, I know my time here is quite short, but as the ATI Medical Council, we had actually prepared quite a lot of the challenges we see and how we propose to overcome them. But because of this being a short time that we have here, we would like, if possible, to be allowed to share some of the items that we have prepared with the regulator and the other stakeholders, so that they may be also considered in the finalization of the Act before tabling it in September. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Flora. I'll go to Ms. Masha. Ms. Masha, the universal health insurance coverage is preaching about health insurance for all. But most of these health services, what comes is challenges in quality. What should be the responsibilities of both public and private sectors in ensuring the quality services?
Asante sana. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be in this plenary discussion, and I have experienced a very wealth of knowledge, including the gaps that we see in the upcoming universal health coverage. From the UN Global Compact local chapter, we see that there are a number of elements that needs to be taken, both as the public and also the private. All the stakeholders, I think we all know the benefits of embracing good governance. And when you embrace the good governance, you are embracing basically the UN principles. And these UN principles, they are lying in the 4 pillars, namely labor standards, human rights, environment, and fighting corruption. While you do that, we also embrace the Sustainable Development Goals. So the good governance play a big role in pushing for development agenda, which is the 2030 agenda. So when you are looking to the way things are working, and we cannot say that we have flowed completely, but what I can see that we have room for improvement. This is only 6th of August, and having all the players here, I think and believe that we can coordinate ourselves, but most importantly, remember that human rights, health itself is a human right. And if we target it for those who are going to embrace the human right, the health itself, the health coverage, we are definitely going to be pushing or adding to the development agenda and the Agenda 2030 itself. Looking into it, I also feel that there are areas that we should not let them go without being touched. And this is an area of fighting corruption. Having multi-players in this space, there is also an element that we must remember ourselves in terms of the integrity, in terms of ensuring that we allow this process to go untwisted. And untwisted means without kitu kidogo ili mambo yaende. So if we can make sure that we all play our field, our cards well, we'll definitely have Tanzania as one of the center of excellence that people will be coming here to learn. The other element which I also feel that in the pillars that needs to be taken care of course, is the area of labor standards. And one might as well also think probably that if I look into labor, probably it's only those who are employed formally. But we need to remember that a number or majority of Tanzanians are employed informally and mostly are in the private sector. So we need to remember those micro, small, medium enterprises that needs also to be recognized and designed a way to be reached and to be embraced to work together in this journey of the universal health coverage. Because short of doing that, we are talking of the same data which we heard here, pasenti moja, pasenti 0.5, which is not making any I would say any cake being enjoyed well. So let's also look into that and ensure that at least in the labor areas, in the labor standards, those who are not in the formal employment, we design ways to reach them as we embrace or we enroll, we launch the universal coverage. The other element, of course, is the environment, which one might as well also be asking, how does that environment play its role in the health? Environment is the major key area, and if we all play our role, we will be able to emit less of what we are emitting in terms of like making the global more warmer, contributing to the carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide, which is making the ozone layer get eroded time after time. So we all need to play our part. We also need to remember that as Tanzanians, this is our country. We need to make sure that the future generations, they find this place still able to be lived at. Thank you so much.
So sorry, if I can echo on the issue of the quality. And I talked about it a bit when I started. Because speaking of universal health coverage, you are talking of the 4 key components. You're talking of the access, you're talking of the quality, you're talking of the financial protection and the equity. So if you take quality out of it, then you cannot achieve UHC. And that's what I think, well, not in bad way, but I think government, they want to go away from it by introducing Universal Health Insurance Act. And personally, I think that is something which has to be alerted. And recently, I think last week, there is a Lancet paper which indicated a number of people who are dying due to poor quality of care is more than people who fail to access health services. So it's in other way, in a simple and proper translation, it's better to deny people access than to give them access with poor quality. So coming back to what we have to do, I think one of the things which we need to do, and this comes from experience of also supporting the quality program, we need to have incentive for providing good quality of care, because that is what is missing at our facilities. I think for them, they have more incentive to over-prescribe than incentive of providing better services. So if we want, we have to attach the price, and Dr. Flora talked about the price, having the common price, then we need to attach the price with the quality. And there are ways to do that. We are ready to provide that support. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harry. If we'll have like 10 minutes, if we have questions from the participant, from the floor. Any question to the panelists? There is a hand.
Can I speak when I'm sitting? Yeah, good. Thank you. My name is Emma Bachaz from Accra. It is not a question, I don't know whether it's a question or an idea. Well, I thank you all the speakers and the well-organized meeting. When we speak of health insurance, I see 2 or 3 areas. Three areas. The one who is provided health, the consumer, the customer, the insurer, and the health provider, service provider. But when I hear here, and I just try to understand the application of the same level as the representative from the Minister of Health said, if we don't have the representatives of the service providers in this industry, we cannot achieve the equal balance of the minimum rating in the amounts that maybe can be calculated to what. But what I see here, from the experience, I have done small few researches from different hospitals and dispensaries. I don't want to mention them. With the health service provider companies and health service provider, the hospitals and the dispensaries. What I see is the over-invoicing from those service providers to the insurance companies, the one who provides health. However, on the side of the NHS and NHIF has got a mechanical system. I think it is because it is they feel it is a government institution, so they don't pay. When you go there and ask those private hospitals, they just lodge a claim of say 600 million. They will be paid about 500 million. 100 million is slashed. Oh, it will be even paid 250. 250 is slashed. When you ask him, I don't know why. But I have comprehended they don't. If you ask, if you go, you do the other way around. They said, they over invoiced there. The patient did not sign. They did shortfalls, a lot of shortfalls. So when I just try to adjust the 2 areas, I find that the bills going to the insurance companies, or when I myself I want to use a cash, the medical expense is high, threatening a normal person to get a cover. Say that one he has not included in the NHIF scheme. So you find that there is something fishy going on with in this area, the private service providers, hospitals, dispensaries, to the industry of the insurance, regarding the providing health. So we cannot come up with a solution to that. So unless we come to the point, these people, I don't know whether we apply a policy or what, their representatives should come up with a regulated point that medication and what should be the same. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you, Member of the Speaker. I just want to add something according to the discussion of the panel towards universal health coverage. As we know that universal health coverage, we just wanted to extend for everyone. And Tanzania mainland, according to the policy, how it entails itself. But we normally know that we are working under limited resources, working under the resources constraints. That some points we cannot reach to everyone who will be able to afford this, the bill of paying the premium monthly, or it will be yearly. So the government should look on these three categories areas, which I think if they consider it not, they take it into potentiality, it will be a good starting point for them. First, classifying the high priority services depending to diseases which are most occurring to normal situation. Also the low income groups, and also the disadvantaged groups, as how the speaker from the government said that the government has arranged more than 47 billions for covering these groups which are disadvantaged and the low income groups, following the statistics of the TASAF and the working with National Bureau of Statistics to gain those data, so to make accuracy on the evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Kwa jina naitwa Ali Thabit. Mimi swali langu linaenda kwa Mr. wa NHIF, Celestine Maganga. Ameweza kuzungumzia swala zima la kuyafikia makundi mbalimbali katika kutoa elimu ya bima hii. Akataja bodaboda na wengineo. Sasa mimi nataka nifahamu kwa NHIF mnajipangaje katika hiyo elimu unayoitoa kuwafikia na watu wenye ulemavu? Mathalan, utakuta NHIF wanaandaga vipeperushi, lakini kuna watu na changamoto za kutokuona. Je, mnajipangaje kuleta maandishi ya nukta nundu ili na wao wawe na uelewa katika kutumia bima ya NHIF? Lakini pia kuna wenzetu wenye uziwi. Kuna moja ya mdau hapa alizungumzia swala zima la watu kule vijijini wana changamoto ya kutumia lugha ya Kiswahili, hawajui Kiswahili. Lakini pia hapa kuna watu watu wenye uziwi na changamoto ya katika kutoaji wa elimu na kuwafikia kwa kutumia lugha za alama. Pengine wadau wa bima hili mnaliangaliaje? Asanteni.
We'll get more questions, then the panelists will respond.
Good afternoon. My name is Khalfan Abdullah. I'm coming from SIFCA. My contributions, and of course a question will follow, is for us to achieve insurance penetrations as we have been achieving so many other goals as a nation, is through involving stakeholders. Stakeholders from different social groups, could be the disabled, could be religious communities, and so on and so forth. In this aspect of universal health coverage or universal health insurance, social groups also have their own needs. The needs to be understood and worked upon to be accommodated to accept the universal insurance coverage as it is of now. And so we need to ensure we speak with different social categories. For example, with respect to insurance, coming from a community, Zanzibari community, which belongs to Muslim faith, we have an issue with the existing insurance. Our religious leaders are telling us this is prohibited because of this and this and this and that. And they're telling us there is an alternative to this insurance which can be accepted, which is a cooperative model of insurance rather than commercial model of insurance. So they need to be given an opportunity to offer this alternative and be listened to and the providers be able to accommodate to these needs. You call them special needs, you call them whatever, but I think it is time now, if we want to enrich the penetration, we recognize the needs of varieties of groups, including religious community. To illustrate a point here, for those who remember during the Mwinyi time, when we were about to introduce population policy to control the number of kids a family or people would have, religious communities were consulted. And if it was not them, I can say we were to have maybe 2, 3, 4 kids per household here. But they stood up, they elaborated, they explained that this is not the God's plan and so on, and give alternatives. The government scrapped the policy. I think we needed to involve the religious community, which I think in insurance have been ignored. Community have nothing to contribute to the insurance. It's an opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Irene Gomo from Tigo Pesa and Financial Service and Payment, dealing with insurance too. So a question to all the panelists, and straight away goes to the government officials and also the insurers about the financial inclusion of the MNOs, let's say by having digital inclusion, especially on the rural peoples in Tanzania. So while having the new universal health insurance scheme being introduced, have you guys, let's say the government official, think about how are the people, or let's say population, goes to pay the insurance to say the insurers. So by saying so, it's easier for a person to have a phone call, a mobile, to make certain payments, but rather having to, say, climb a bus and head to a certain government office and make a purchase. So by having financial inclusion with the MNOs who have platforms on both collection of what are they called, premiums, and also disbursement of claims, I think it's much better, and it will reduce bureaucracy on some of the problems that are encountered currently by certain insurers, or also people who are also using insurance. So I think digital inclusion, it's it's something that we should all consider on this. And with as Tigo Pesa, we have all those platforms, and it will be great if we are all included in that. Okay, the second question is, again, to Minister of Finance, and about boosting up the insurance industry. So we said we need to increase our GDP from 0.6% to a certain percent, which is like 200% higher. So how can we do that? I was thinking, in my own opinion actually, by having to, say, giving insurance companies certain tax rate, or let's say certain tax rates that are relatively lower than the other industries in the market, will boost up more demand for people to also purchase the insurance, and also will create more users. Say right now we have 8% of population that are using insurance as per NHIF, but having special tax rates under the insurance industry, this will boost up the usage. But also, if we are able to, let's say, provide zero corporate taxes certain years to investors outside the Tanzanian countries, why can't we even think of having this to the GDP by 2030 by having doing that monetary policies? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe also my question to the Ministry of Finance. Sasa wakati tuna launch hiyo Financial Sector Development Master Plan, makubaliano yalikuwa ni kwamba sasa wadau wote wa financial sector kwenye haya mambo ya finance tutaenda pamoja, na tulitegemea sasa kwenye issue ya universal health insurance wadau wote tungeenda pamoja. Kwa mfano, tunajua kwamba wadau wenzetu wa capital markets, hao ndio watatusaidia kwenye kutengeneza hizo social bonds or development bonds, kwa sababu it is expected kwamba mwanzoni pool itakuwa haijajiandaa. You need some funding ambayo itawezesha hiyo pool mpaka iweze kustabilize. Hapo mwanzoni utakuwa una watu watakuwa wanaingia wanataka kutumia wa test, so the pool is not ready and you don't have, I don't think there will be provision from other sources. Kwa tukileta au partners wengine labda na mabenki nao wangekuja waka contribute from the banking, labda wangekopesha kidogo huo mfuko or something like that. How are we bringing in all the partners ili tuende kama tunavyosema kwenye hiyo financial sector master plan kwamba wote ili tuweze kufika hiyo 2030 goals lazima tushirikiane? How are we bringing them? Kama sisi sasa hapo wadau wa bima hatujui bili inasema nini, tuko hapa tunazungumzia universal health insurance, lakini we are not informed, we are not aware, and this has been toka mwaka jana sio. So how are we working together on this?
Thank you. Last hand. That will be the last question for this panelist.
Thank you, Vicky. Mine is not a question. I remember in 1966, Martin Luther King said, of all injustice, inequality, healthcare is the shocking one. So I think we are deliberating on something which is very crucial for our country. But looking at the journey of universal health coverage in Germany, they took exactly 127 years. During that particular time, I think we should not reinvent the wheel on our side. We should learn for the success of others. After 126, then they reached a potential to cover every citizen of Germany. On the way, they succumbed to the problem of uncontrolled medical expenses, fraud, negligence, all you can mention. It is true that we need to find a way to welcome on board the providers in our setups so that we can discuss all these issues together. It is time now we see the bill, we'll go through the bill as medical insurers and deliberate on it to see what exactly can be done. If you look at what Germany did, they developed what is called Federal Healthcare Committee, whereby they have 13 members, and these members, they're coming from either providers level, they're coming from insurance companies, and they're coming from the community, whereby they have a voting power to discuss from the pricing of the medical service. But also they introduced the 3 layers of financing, whereby you have special group. By layer 1 you have public hospitals and a special group of hospitals like Ocean Road and all that. Layer 2 you have a mix of private and public, and layer 3 you have a mix, or you have only private facilities. So in this way we can share ideas, put in the bill, and at the end of the day everyone will be happy and we deliver positively. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now we go back to our panelists. We'll start with Mr. Celestine from NHIF. What is NHIF doing to accommodate all the groups in the society?
As I said earlier during my contribution to the question, NHIF has been trying to include groups, various groups from the society to join the NHIF. I said by arranging various packages which can accommodate. He mentioned some of them, the Boda Boda, the Ushirika, so he just posed the challenge, how are we going to accommodate the other groups, like those who, with the visibility challenges, hearing challenges and the like. Yes, as for now, we expect them to appear in various groups of the society. So we as implementers of social health insurance, we don't isolate them. So the packages provides the requirements to these groups as well, expecting that they can join through their cooperative societies or whatever. But yes, I can agree with him that we need to think seriously about these special groups in the society, and maybe to give them special consideration or to enable them access these services. Yes, and I think also to the policy level matter. So
thank you so much.
Can I? Hello?
Yes.
Yes. I needed to put, maybe to get commitment. I don't know, but Celestine, about government or working together with the TIRA. He said that I was such a kind of gap. Can I, as a representative from the authority and him, to make some of the commitment in 2 areas? Number 1, can we together, him and the TIRA, to put commitment on developing engagement plan so that to reach those he said to appear to the different society groups? That is 1. Second, to share today the draft of act with the participant two issues.
Thank you so much. Mr. Celestin, what do you say?
Much as I would like to say yes to everything he asked, but some other things are out of my capacity. As we know, for the second thing, the draft bill, it is with the ministry, and I think it's at the level of the bill. I'm not sure if we until it is tabled to the parliament. So there are some still background works being done on it. But what we can no, let us build a case and ask this bill from the ministry. I'm not saying that it is impossible. No, we are interested parties. Let us build the case, and we can make a resolution of this conference and inquire for this bill from the ministry. Yes.
I think one of the big challenge is that the whole process for universal health insurance is wrong placed. It's currently under Ministry of Health, and we are talking of issue of financial inclusion. We are talking of financial protection. So it's not about health only when you talk of universal health insurance or health coverage. I think that's where the mistakes is, and unfortunately, it's too late to do the changes. I don't think they can move it to Ministry of Finance now, but I think that is going to create a problem even during the implementation. Can you imagine you have that bill, because it's going to be presented by a Minister of Health, definitely. And then that bill is going to regulate private insurance who are going to provide minimum benefit package, while private insurance are reporting to TIRA, which report to Minister of Finance. So I think the whole process was wrong placed, and this is because of the secrecy which they have. And unfortunately, it's going to be like that. And well, we don't wish it bad, but I think they've already set up themselves to fail. Thanks.
Thank you. Minister of Health is here, representing the Minister of Health is here. Sorry, the Minister of Finance is here. And as you see the discussion, all the financial sector need to participate on this bill before it is tabled to the Parliament.
I think we need to have, when you finish this meeting, it's better to have minutes and resolution, and please document it very well, and then you can send it to the Ministry of Finance and Planning. If possible, copy to Ministry of Health, copy to TIRA, so that to local government or TAMISEMI, so that we can work on it. You send the deliberation of the meeting, etc., etc. And maybe I remember a lady from Tigo. She raised a point about tax rate or something. I think maybe, if possible, it can be enter into deliberation. But if possible, you can even write it very well, document it, give it to me, because we have a department which deal with this, or it can come in a minute, or if you want, you can write it to me, and then I will send it to the department which deal with tax. And the other one was from Anselmi about how all this of universal health, because we have already have this master plan. In master plan, it's well documented, and even to be here today, it's one of what can I say? We are doing what is written in master plan. So you rest assured that we are going together, because when we have document like this, financial sector master plan, you are the one who is you are supposed to implement. So we have different kind of meetings, and we are going to go together. And even in October, and Anselmi, you were there in the ministry, we were finalizing, we are going to have a education week, which we are going to involve all 5 subsectors together, so that we can educate, we can have awareness program of all 5 subsectors in financial sector. So you don't need to be worried. All things which we plan to do together through financial sector master plan, and that's why we engage you since we launched this document. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, the panelists. I think what we need to note here is the universal health insurance coverage cannot leave us behind. We need to participate on it fully, from the bill drafts to its implementation, if we need it to be successful. So I'll just request the Minister of Finance and TIRA to assist us as the private sector to access the bill before it is tabled to the Parliament. Thank you so much. It was a great discussion. And now I'll invite all of you to lunch. I know it must be, the stomach must be asking like what is happening. It's already very late. Thank you so much.
I would like to request everyone to take a lunch coupon from the registration table and please proceed for lunch. Thank you. Kindly be advised, the lunch is on first floor. You will be directed as you go on the first floor, please. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I thank the MC for inviting me now to run this session, afternoon session. So, we are going to have a panel around the topic of insurance challenges and opportunities in the SMEs and the agriculture sector. Now, here we don't, the focus is to see, you know, the business sector, excluding the corporates. The ladies at the back, can I have your attention, please? So this afternoon, in our panel, we will have Ravi Shankar from Reliance Insurance, of course, but representing the ATI. And then we will have Director Muyengi, who will represent Nalis and Tira. At the same time, he'll be wearing two kofias. From Tiba, we have Okotholo from the afternoon. We have from Abra Consult, he is yet to be back. And from the Ministry of Finance, we have Madam Janet. I would like to invite the panelists to take their seats, and then I will invite Ravi to take us through an overview when we talk about SMEs in the insurance sector. What do we really mean? When we talk about the agriculture sector, what do we really mean? Do we mean only crops? Do we mean crops and livestock? Do we mean also fisheries, etc.? And what is the situation on the ground? So please allow me to invite the panelists to the table. Dr. Sakwari will be Abra for this afternoon, maybe until the representative arrives. And so please take your seats, and then I will invite Ravi now to take us through the overview of the topic, so that we can have a very exciting discussion, same as we had in the afternoon. Karibu Ravi.
Ladies and gentlemen, how are you? I'm Chana. My gratitude to the institute which has organized this very important topic discussion, and all the august members of the panel. Basically, agriculture insurance is something that now you'll be listening all through. In the conversations, in the newspaper, in the articles, from the ministry, everyone. And then the questions will be raised that if more than 60% of the population is involved in that, what sort of protection measures are there, and why we don't have an insurance? And why is this insurance not developing? So it's very important for you to understand the complexities of this insurance, because this, ladies and gentlemen, you can deal with any insurance in the world, but the most complex, and I'll just take you through the complexity of this insurance, why and what are the problems, the main challenges before this sector, so that and appropriate discussions can take place and innovative solutions can take place. Because Tanzania, as we understand now, and I'm sure ministry will attest to it, I attended one a couple of days back. There was a meeting where so many investors had come, and everyone is eyeing investing in Tanzania in big way in agriculture. And then these issues will come into the forefront. So let me begin with my the first slide. This uniqueness of agriculture insurance. You know, unlike any insurance, this is a very, very process-driven insurance. In motor insurance, in fire insurance, then you sleep off, and there is a claim, and that's when you approach the insurance company. This does not happen in agriculture. Right from the time before you take, when you take, until whether there is claim or no claim, there is a lot of activity which is taking place. Second issue is related to this, and I have, in my profession, what I've learned is, the best way to understand a problem is to give concrete examples, not the abstract. The textbook examples don't work. We are all here professionals, and therefore I have just picked up what a typical agriculture insurance policy looks like and what it talks about, so you can understand the complexity of what I am talking about. And then obviously there is a huge degree of complexity. Requirements of the various farming section itself are in various other sectors. I mean, it's not exactly a homogeneous group that you're thinking about. Next. So you have the farmers, you have the government, you have the bankers, insurance, financial institutions, NGOs. I mean, all these people are involved in the process of agriculture insurance and agriculture activity per se. Next. Giving you the complexity of the problem. See, the first and foremost is, how do you define what you're going to pay the claim? So the question that comes before is that, concept is what has been the average yield of the place or the particular farm you're talking about or the particular area you're talking about or the particular crop you're talking about or the particular, these crops are also in a duration. So what you're talking about is, unless you get a historical data, because you are going to measure losses from what? That's a problem. And you cannot measure from 1 year, because last year there can be an abundance of crop. Maybe before year there was a less. So, you need, normally historical data when they talk about is about 5 years. Then around will be the reduction in the production and how you're going to evaluate. And how is this reduction being caused? So next slide. See, so you have defined the area. What happens is, typically in an insurance, and I'm taking this, ladies and gentlemen, I'm taking this exactly from the insurance policy. So I'm not discussing in abstract with you. So what happens is, once you declare the 5 years average, then you come to an idea that yes, this is the yield, which is they call a guarantee level. In that particular area, for that particular crop, per se. Next. Now, see, again from the policy itself, picked up. When you run this policy, you just don't sleep like a motor policy or fire policy. Almost every one of you have taken an auto policy. You take an auto policy, you sleep. If it's a claim or at the time of renewal you go, isn't it? But this doesn't happen, and this is what I'm trying to explain to you. This is a very complex policy. You see that policy is talking about a sample survey done post weeks after planting of the seeds, mid-season, during flowering stage, 1-3 weeks before harvesting period, whether there is a loss or no loss. And remember, if you are on the ground, sometimes he sent a surveyor. He says, boss, I can't go there. I said, come on. He says, there's no road. How do you go? These are the practical issues. And unless these practical issues are understood, once we understand, the problem is, unless we understand the problems on the ground, then the solutions come. Next. So, there are various ways of, normally in many countries, banks are giving in loan for, fertilizer, etc., etc. So sum insured is based on those inputs. Sometimes the sum insured is based on the average value of crop, and so forth, in order to arrive at what will be sum insured. Next. Typically, now don't get confused. In insurance parlance, there are two ways of working out policy. One is the positively worded, and one is the negatively worded. In positively worded, you name all the perils. Especially if you will take a motor policy or a fire policy, you will see it will say fire, flood. It will specify the peril. So these policies are called named peril policy. All risk policies are where they don't define the perils, they only define the exclusions. Exclusion is the boundary. So typically, the named peril will be windstorm, frost, excessive rainfall, plant diseases, heat wave, hail, flood, fire, drought. I'm just giving you a specimen. So then what happens is, how do you calculate? So for that area, once you have got an average yield, and you know that average yield is worth this much, so you arrive at sum insured. So suppose the farmer says there has been an excessive rainfall or flooding, or on the reverse, there has been no rainfall or there has been a drought, on account of which there has been a reduction in crop yield. So shortfall in yield, your guaranteed divided by this thing into sum insured, that becomes the claim. I'm just giving you a basic parameters, not going into of it, because that is important for you to understand. Next. Now, just for you to understand, again the problem is, unlike any other insurance policy here, they will say that give us the agronomy, farmers to give the planting date, dates of herbicide, dates of fertilizer application, and also not only that, you got to make sure that the cropping pattern there is done as per a predefined thing. It's just not that the insurance is there and you sleep off. Next. So, you see, timely fertilizer application, weed control, integrated pest and disease. Next. So, what happens is that, as you would understand, that this policy would require a very extensive data. It requires a very extensive involvement in terms of survey, even if you are doing a sample survey. So this is a part of the problem is this. The other problem is insurance, all insurance policies are financial transfer of risk. So the problem is the reinsurers, if there are major claims, it is the reinsurers pick up the liability. So the reinsurers will define their terms and conditions. One of the problems when we encounter, we go to the reinsurance community is that they don't have historical data here. You know, last 5 years data, because for them that is more important. By the way, keep it at weather index. I may tell you, reinsurance community per se is not so much bothered about major losses. They are not bothered about major losses. If there is a huge flooding, and imagine a whole area has been flooded, reinsurers don't mind paying major losses. What they are worried about is these attritional losses, these small losses which can be controlled and which are not being controlled. So, you know, they exercise that amount of control because anyway, they are the ones, and actually it's a fact for agriculture insurance across the world. It is only the reinsurers, unless the reinsurers support that particular policy, no policy is being given because the volumes of the claim can be so high that no individual insurance can risk its capital. Right. So, the other, and I, especially from the ministry and from the regulator point of view, they would have claims, complaints, because there is another policy which has been worked out by actuaries and mathematicians, which is called weather index policy. You will hear about it a lot. My job today is to break down into a very simple logic pattern. What this weather index is. Basically, weather indexes, what they do is, they consider the same, let's say, weather parameters for 5-10 years. And they will say, okay, this is the average, let's say rainfall is 800 mm in that particular area. So that will be the strike. That will be the strike index. Suppose the rainfall is below that, then they will determine, okay, if it is 20% below, then I pay 10%, and this, everything is quantified in advance. Actuaries work on it, and weather-based index policy, this is work. The problem in weather indexes, and I'm sure the regulators will be having a lot of complaint is, for the farmers, and including the sophisticated audience here, I can bet on that you don't understand what weather index is, how it is evaluated. So what happens is, sometimes there are claims, and the farmer is saying, boss, I had a claim, but their index is not indicating that claim, because it is all actuarially driven. You get my point? So there are issues where farmers have had claims are not being paid because this index is not generating a claim. And reverse can also be true, where they don't have a claim, actually the yield is okay, and still they are getting a benefit. So both the issues happen. Therefore, weather index based policy is an easier option. But the experts say that weather index policy becomes essential, at least in areas where you have fruits like bananas, etc. Because you know the average, how many bananas a tree is producing, etc., becomes a very complex exercise. So they will say, you'll be surprised. For banana, it is the wind velocity or something which is causing more losses or whatever it is. There are surprises in when you go deep down. So they will. The weather index policy is more related to a very sophisticated sort of a thing. But if you go back, as I said, the basic agriculture insurance requires you to inspect before planting, midway after planting, before harvesting, collecting the data, then the biggest problem here is, and the most major problem is, that if a couple of farmers gather together and they say, my farm is this and my farm is there, how do you identify their farms? How do you identify their areas? How do you collect the premium from them? How do you explain to them what is being covered? That's what I'll just come to the next topic. They will skip. Let's skip. So, the basic issue is, now in order that this issue is to be resolved, they have come with a term called aggregators. What aggregators do, they could be institutions or people who bring a couple of, a number of farmers together. And they will do the collection of premium, they will educate them, will, you know, give them awareness about this insurance. And then identification again becomes an issue, because which area, how much acre, so and so forth. Because if there are 100 farmers, then each acreage is to be designed, and so forth. And obviously the last is the reinsurance protection. The way I look at it is, let's get back. My issue on this is, it is better that we do one pilot project, small project, run it successfully, see that we are able to control the process, and then launch it. All right. I give you the example how this insurance is growing in countries. I just took the statistics from India. Now, within a couple of years, it has become the third largest insurance provider, about 40,000 crores in Indian rupees, but in terms here after motor and health, it's become the biggest, the largest. And the problem here is, and this comes to the problem of agriculture, it's heavily subsidized by the government. Now, many of the state governments do not have the money to pay for this insurance. So again, an innovative solution can be, see, if you are going for any claim base up, there will always be losses. So the government, etc., could say, okay, first 50% is you insure. Beyond 50% to 100%, there is a claim, we step in. Because the reinsurers will give you much lower rate at a higher level. You see, when you, if you have seen soccer match, you will find that there is a red card, isn't it, if there is a big fault. There is a yellow card if there is a medium fault, right? Where is it come from? It has come from traffic offenses. So there has to be a learning from the various sectors. Because when you do major, big, like say for example, you do major energy, which I did in London office. So what they do is, they will invite reinsurers, say, first 10 billion, right? Or say first 1 billion. The rates are high. From, let's say, from 1 billion to 5 billion, the rates are lower, losses. 5 billion to 10 billion, rates are even lower. 10 billion to 20 billion, they are very low, because that is the lowest, but then it can happen. And by the way, Warren Buffett's company, the biggest profit earning company is the reinsurance company called Berkshire Hathaway. And what they do is, they go on to the highest layers. So the idea of the innovative solutions can be that the attritional points, the insurance company and the reinsurance, etc., where the government can come is, okay, beyond this, if there are losses, then, you know, the reinsurance premiums, etc., can be considered. So that, and sometimes, and I've often seen, a farmer, if he is exposed to a total loss, he is worried more about that, rather than, you know, 15% or 20% production going here and there. Because if there's a major loss, it is devastating. Okay. I will not bog you down with the reinsurance, but normally the reinsurance coverage for agriculture insurance is primarily stop loss, quota share, and excess of loss cover. Don't go by the jargon. Stop loss is if the claim ratio is above 80% to 140%, then only the reinsurance comes into the being. And most of the crop insurance are on stop loss cover. Most of them. Then this comes. Now, as I said, insurance tool and focus on pilot projects. Rather than, you see, what we are doing is, why can't we focus on small pilot projects, run them through, define the process, handle it well, and then expand. Because the problems that are coming then can be handled much better. And last but not the least, you see, the government here decided very well that the data has to sit here. I will tell you typically what happens is the satellite imagery, there are satellites. The actuaries are sitting outside. They are deciding the rates. The satellite weather index I'm talking about. And satellite is taking the pictures and they are deciding the weather, they are collecting the information from the weather per se. But what is happening is, in the process, no indigenous learning is taking place here. You understand? If we go through the difficult route, if we are giving the policy here, generating it here, there is a difficulty, but what will happen is the learning will also start taking place. And the biggest thing is that data will be started collecting. Once you start collecting the data, and you have the data, then you can manage and play around with data in a big way to ensure that you have an effective solution. On the SME segment, just come on to the videos. I was requested by my very good friend Kamis to speak on the two topics, SME and agriculture. And basically, both are interrelated because both cover a very wide section of the population. And in order that I speak on abstract, we just recently had a big fire claim in the market here, Kairoke, and we were also paying claims. So without our name or whatever it is, not to advertise, we just brought in those claimants because they are SME segment, and we took that video. Listen, where is that? Just understand what they are speaking about, and then you will understand what SME is looking at.
Kwa majina naitwa Honorati Sabasla Musai. Mimi ni mhanga wa moto katika shirika la masoko Kariakoo. Hapana, hilo nilikuwa sina. Mimi nilishawishiwa na afisa wa mikopo wa benki, akanishawishi, akanielezea umuhimu wa bima baada ya mkopo, kwa maana ya kwamba benki walikaa, nafikiri mawazo yao waliona kwamba tukipoteza kitu chochote kitakachopotea, wao wasipate hasara na sisi tusipate hasara kwa namna moja au nyingine. Sababu imefikia mahali hata sasa hivi wamefikia kwamba unapohitaji mkopo benki, ni nini ulichoweka dhamana? Ile dhamana ambayo uliwekea benki ili uchukulie mkopo, nayo wanakushauri uikatie bima. Ndio moja wapo mkopo ulikatiwa bima, lakini wakati huo nafikiri walikuwa hajakaa sawa kuhusu habari ya biashara. Kwa kweli kidogo huwa tumepoteza, lakini angalau unajua kwamba una mahali pa kuanzia baada ya kupata hii nini bima dogo, yani kwamba unajua kuna mahali pa kuanzia, yani unakuwa hata na faraja, tofauti na kwamba umepoteza mali alafu bado unakuta labda benki anakudai na anaendelea kukudai bado, kidogo ingekuwa ni shida bado. Unajua kuna tatizo moja la, niseme tu kama sisi wa Afrika wafanya biashara wadogo, kuna kitu kimoja ambacho hatuelewi. Kwa mfano hata mimi wakati wananishauri kwamba nikate bima, nilikuwa naona kama ni asilimia ndogo sana, ni asilimia 5 kama sikosei, lakini nilikuwa naona ni hela nyingi sana katika hela ambayo niliochukua. Kwa hiyo mimi nikaona kwamba kwani ni lini mimi nitapata tatizo? Lakini kwa sababu nilikuwa najua kuna maana ya bima, nikasema basi family life, nikakubaliana nao, nikakata bima. Lakini baadaye naona kwamba sasa hivi imenisaidia. Ni hivi, watu wengi hatuna elimu kwanza juu ya bima. Issue kubwa ni elimu. Kwa mfano kama sisi hata kukata hiyo bima, ni kwamba tulielimishwa na maafisa wetu kwamba maana ya hii iko hivi, iko hivi, iko hivi. Lakini kwa kweli imetusaidia. Unajua issue ya bima imekuwa ni ngumu kwa sababu watu wengi wanaona kama wanajiwekea rehani. Unajua hata hizi bima za afya kuna watu wanakuambia mimi nikate bima ya afya nini? Yaani ina maana mimi najiwekea kuumwa. Nimejiwekea limiti lazima niumwe. Kwa hiyo sasa kinachohitajika sana ni elimu. Mfano kama sisi tumepata elimu kupitia benki. Na benki huwa kuna kile kitu kama nilivyokuambia, walitueleza kwamba tujaribu kukata bima hata ile dhamana. Ni nini dhamana yako ili tukupe milioni 10? Dhamana yangu ni simu. Ikatie na hii simu bima. Sana kinachohitajika ni elimu kwa watu wote. Hata haiangaliwi ni mfanyabiashara, haiangaliwi ni mfanyakazi, haiangaliwi ni mkulima. Kama mnaweza tukawaelimisha watu kuhusu habari ya bima, ni watu wengi wanaweza kuokoa mali zao kwa mambo kama haya majanga.
Kwa majina yangu mimi naitwa Emmanuel Christopher. Ni mfanyabiashara katika soko la Kariakoo ambalo lilipata majanga ya moto mnamo tarehe 10, na nilikuwa mmiliki wa duka namba 019 na 026, na leo hii mnavyotuona tumeanza biashara katika maeneo ya Kisutu taratibu. Tumeanza kujikongoja mdogo mdogo kuendelea na biashara. Yes, nilikuwa na ufahamu kwa kiasi chake. Nilipata maelekezo sana na ndugu zangu na marafiki kulingana na mazingira yetu tuliokuwa ya sokoni, na nikajaribu kuwashawishi pia na wafanyabiashara wenzangu, lakini wao hawakufanikiwa kukata bima. Maoni yangu makubwa hasa kwa watu wa bima, wafanyabiashara wengi tunafanya biashara kwa kurithishana hasa kifamilia. Na hii kurithishana kifamilia tunajikuta tunazifanya kimazoea tu bila elimu. Kwa wafanyabiashara wengi hawana elimu ya biashara, hasa katika kitengo cha majanga, hasa haya moto kulingana na mazingira yetu. Kwa mimi nilikuwa naomba watu wa bima watoke maofisini. Tunawaona watu wa M-Pesa, Tigo Pesa, watu wa biashara mbalimbali wanatembea field kufanya biashara zao, kuzitangaza na kuzipromote. Kwa watu wa bima wangepita mtaani kufanya promotion kwa bima zao, watu wangekata. Ukiwauliza wafanyabiashara kiwango cha kulipia bima, wengi wanajua ni million of money, lakini bima ya pesa nyingi unapata kwa kiwango kidogo. Kwa mfano bima ya milioni 100, 200,000 haifiki. Ukimwambia mfanyabiashara wa kawaida ana mtaji wa milioni 500, bima ni shilingi 200,000, ashindwe kulipa. Ila ule utayari na elimu ndio ilikuwa changamoto kubwa kwa wafanyabiashara wengi. Kipekee kwa mimi mfanyabiashara, nina maumivu, lakini maumivu yanatofautiana. Unakuta mtu amepoteza kabisa biashara yake, hana mtaji hata senti moja. Alafu unakuta mimi nimepoteza, lakini angalau bima inanipa chochote ambacho naweza nikaanza biashara. Kwa hiyo hamasa yangu kubwa kabisa ni ile tu kwamba watu wapate elimu ya bima. Na wakipata elimu ya bima, sidhani kama unamfanya biashara atafanya biashara bila bima. Wafanyabiashara wengi hawakati bima kwa lile tu kwamba hawana elimu. Kwa mfano mimi nimekata bima, na bima ya nyumba yangu, na bima ya biashara, na bima ya afya, chombo changu cha moto pia kina bima. Si kwamba niliamka tu na kufikiria kwamba nikate bima. Nilijaribu kuperuzi, nikafika mahali nikajiuliza, hivi kwa nini gari yangu iwe na bima alafu biashara isiwe na bima? Biashara ina thamani kubwa kuliko gari. Gari lina bima kwa sababu nakamatwa na trafiki bila bima, lakini biashara haina bima kwa sababu sikamatwi. Ndio changamoto kubwa. Kwa hiyo najisikia kuwaambia Watanzania wote bima ni muhimu katika maisha ya mwanadamu, sio ya afya, sio ya moto, sio ya nyumba. Kila kitu ulichonacho ni muhimu sana kuwa na bima, na hii elimu nadhani itangazwe zaidi. Jinsi inavyotangazwa bima ya afya, hebu na hii ya moto itangazwe. Tunasikia kila mahali, leo moto umewaka Morogoro, kesho umewaka Kisutu, kesho umewaka hapa. Kwa hiyo ni muhimu sana kutangaza hii elimu ya bima ili tusiwakose wafanyabiashara wengi katika mtandao huu wa biashara. Maoni yangu makubwa ni kuwafata wafanyabiashara mle walipo. Najua kukata bima ni kitu kingine na utayari ni kitu kingine. Kwa hiyo maoni yangu makubwa ni kutumia mfumo wa ushawishi, na hasa katika kipindi hichi haya majanga yanapotokea, ni sehemu nzuri ya kupitia watu wengi wa bima kuja kuwafundisha watu kwamba sasa ni muhimu kuwa na bima, ni muhimu kulinda mali zako kwa bima, kwa sababu bima unalipa kidogo lakini ulichonacho ni kingi sana, na ulipi kwa sababu ya kutegemea majanga, unalipa kwa sababu ya kuriskiu mali zako. Kwa hiyo ni muhimu sana watu kuendelea, bado narudi kule kule tu, kuja field na kuwafundisha watu how bima inavyokuwa na manufaa, ina faida gani, ili tupate ule utayari wa kuwa na bima.
Hear them. The conclusions are very simple. One is the awareness. Second, someone is saying they thought the premium is going to be very high. In their surprise, the premiums are low. And when it has rescued them, then they feel that, boss, everyone should take it, because why are everyone not aware that this is so essential part of their whole livelihood? Because the business is more important, as one said, rather than their phone or the car or whatever it is. See, ladies and gentlemen, the August gathering, this is the SME segment. When we go into the definition of SME segment, it is varied, as I will say. But if you hear them out, the messages are clear. And see the background. Some of them, most of them are learned, educated. You're not talking about a farming community. They're educated community. So awareness, the issue of distribution, how you reach to them. One of the things which people don't realize, that distribution is a major problem. When you got to reach, like example, if you want to have a Coke, you go and every nook and corner you will get a Coke. The people, in order, if someone has 100 of willing to go to XYZ for distribution of the small premium this thing, so then innovative solutions have to come. These are the issues which are facing the SME segment. When I looked into the SME, I said, how do we define SME? From a government perspective, they have decided SME in terms of non-farm activities. But in terms of banking, let's go to the banking, they have various threshold limits. For example, NMB has about 5 billion. CIDB talks about credit limit of the 3 billion. They have decided that threshold. And in this, generally what happens is, in the SME segment, right from shops to warehouse to factories, everything comes. But in a way, the regulator did a great job by, going with the bank assurance, because at least these bank loans are there to that extent. There is some sort of an awareness, but as the response from the SME segment business people is there, that we need to have far more vigorous awareness drive about their insurance requirement. Let's go to this one. So, I've taken a lot of time, so I'm just moving to this final slide. I believe all these four components will be very critical because SME segment, from the very definition and from what we understand, is covering almost 100% of the business enterprise, other than the non-agriculture sector. And insurance is a vital element because, I shared our own personal example. When our people, an MD had settled a claim and asked our people to be there, our claim settling people, and they were ready, and they became emotional because they were husband and wife, and they said that when their assets got burned, they couldn't sleep for a week or so. And they never believed when they got the check. And they were saying that this is so important for us because it had, at one stroke, that fire had demolished their whole life. It goes to the heart of the living per se. We are not only talking about the security, but we are talking the entire life, the entire investment, whatever you have built around. So these are the important things where we have to get around. So distribution is one. I believe the distribution triangle can be settled through a connectivity with the innovation, integration with the technology, and innovative insurance products. Just for example, in some countries abroad, when they give a cover, it is 4 or 5 covers, and sometimes the premiums are fixed. Within that they just take it. The basic idea is first to make the insurance, taking an insurance easy, accessible, and fast. Because the more complicated it becomes, the more process driven it becomes, the more time it consumes. So those becomes the disadvantages. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, I come to the end of the 2 presentations, and I leave it to the panel. And thank you so much. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Ravi. Can you please give him another round of applause for a very nice presentation? Please, Ravi, you can take your seat on the panel so that we can ask you the most difficult questions. Please, Secretariat, can you now switch on the lights here at the front so that we can see the faces of the gentleman and the beautiful lady here at my table. Now, we are now quickly going into the panel session, and my first round of questions will be maybe I'll start from the distribution point because we have heard from the underwriter, so I'll start from distribution from Tiba. I'll want to know, what do you think need to be done to enhance distribution of agriculture insurance, because we know products are there, but also what need to be done to reach these SMEs so that we can offer them the solutions that they need for their properties and their business. And then I will ask Dr. Sakware to tell us that about the issue of data. What are the academic institutions, the like of Africa College of Insurance and Social Protection, doing in trying to bringing in data that can help, thinking of working with partners like the CTI, the TPSF, and the likes, and development. But how can we bring on data that can help in developing solutions? And then for the regulator, I will ask about what are those developmental initiatives that the regulatory authority is taking to enhance availability of insurance to SMEs and the agriculture sector, and then from the policy, the Ministry of Finance, my question will be around what are the policies and strategies that are in place which are assisting the insurance industry to save the SMEs and the agriculture sector so that we can get to that 10% of the insurance premium from agriculture sector, but also save as much as possible. And finally, I will ask from ATI, Ravi, I will want to know from you, what do you think need to be done so that as suppliers we can have a right mindset for the agriculture sector and the SME so as to reach the targets that have been put forward by the Financial Sector Master Plan to reach 10% of GDP from the agriculture sector. So to start with, I will invite, of course, Olo for 3 minutes to tell us what you think need to be done, what are the problems that need to be solved, what are the new innovation that needs to be in place so that we can increase distribution to agriculture sector and the SMEs.
Thank you, Banaselmi. On the distribution channels, I think we have traditional distribution channels and emerging distribution channels. Where traditional, I mean the current insurance brokers, agents, and the like. Now, what should be done? I think Rome was not built in a day. We have to be patient, and given the Financial Inclusion Development Master Plan, Bwana Moderator, I think we should start from the classroom. We introduce basic insurance principles and knowledge to pupils in primary schools, students in secondary schools and colleges, and as they grow and come up to employment, to doing their own businesses, they have this knowledge in place. So one of the basic things is to start from zero. Secondly, as we were looking at the clips, the issue is awareness. People can afford insurance, but in their priority list, it ranks the lowest. Not that they can't buy it, but why should I buy insurance if I can self-insure? I think Mr. Anselmi and the entire group, we need to move away from the comfort zone and wake up and see how important insurance is, irrespective of cultural differences, political affiliations, or our financial status. But partnership with other institutions, like, we have bancassurance in place. Since they have branch network almost everywhere, I think partnership with them might bring positive impact in the distribution channel. Rather than see one as a competitor, we milk or we integrate and combine synergy to reach out and make people understand about the insurance awareness.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. 3 minutes are over. Let me just finish the last one. Use of technology. We have the mobile phone, we have the internet and all that. I think we can also use this just to send text messages, to send the word insurance so that people get to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So while I'm inviting Dr. Sakware, one of the brokers in the house sent me a text here when the video clip was being played, saying that once alienda kuuza bima Kariakoo, akarushiwa viatu akafukuzwa, yani kwamba wewe bwana umekuja kutuchuria hapa. So this issue of attitude towards insurance and faith, but research and data, daktari, what do we need to do to have data on SME so that products can be developed and problems can be solved?
Thank you very much, moderator. You may agree with me, participants and moderator, that data is the function of research and coordination, because data comes from institutions, comes from people, or comes also from the SMEs, if you like. So the institutions of the likes of Africa College have to build a strategic partnership with associations like Association of Tanzania Insurance, which we have already, CTI, for example, TCCII and others, so that we together we build a strategic partnership, produce data, collect data, and use useful data. Because there are other institutions, if we don't have strategic data, useful data, you will have as many data as possible. For example, if you go to a Bureau of Statistics, you will have all the data, which, of course, to make it useful for you, it will be a hell amount of work. It appears to me that the college, for example, Africa College, can partner with strategic partners, coordinate to have the research done, coordinate to have data collected and used for the purposes of producing solutions to SMEs, insurance solution and other solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Dr. You have brought in a very, that data is not there. It's not like there is a total absence of data. It is just we have data scattered all around the place in institutions, and so the work has to start from organizing them so that, you know, they can be in a manner that can be used. The second part of it is analysis. Of course, in my follow-up questions, I'll need more you to talk more about how now are we creating the ability as an industry to look at the data and analyze it. In a recent meeting, Hamis, of course, the chairman of ATI, gave an example of how they analyzed how he analyzed the motor portfolio and realized that he had two segments. All the motor vehicles of prices below 30 million, the claim ratios are about 70%, while about 30 million have claim ratios of about 40%. So you could give a very great discount or more benefit to these other segments, etc., etc. But this data analysis skill, even for the information that we have at the office level, do we have it? How and are we multiplying it? This will be a follow-up question. Before I open this session to the audience, I want to hear from the regulator, TIRA. What is TIRA doing to nudge the market towards offering solutions to the agriculture sector and the SME sector in particular?
What is the regulator doing? An initiative. As a presenter presented here, particularly in agriculture insurance. Agriculture insurance, as he said, it has a unique characteristic which make it complex contrary to other insurance elements or sectors. In that case, to tackle the challenges, also we need different approaches and measures. As he said, one of the speaker said here, starting from zero, particularly on the issue of awareness to different groups, developing of suitable products according to the to different groups, and it's more complicated to agriculture that we have about more than 98 different crops. So you need also to consider the ecological zones, and we have different ecological zones, about 8 ecological zones in Tanzania. So you have to consider all of that, and you need to have a proper distribution channels. You need to have a proper policy, guidelines, regulations. So those, if you put together, you cannot, as authority, to do yourself. In that case, you need to a combination of and with the other stakeholders, which means effort with the stakeholder with the other stakeholder is very important. So groups of government, public sector side, development partner side, government just the issue of policy making, issue of coordination, issue of data provision, and to private sector, particularly the insurers and the intermediaries, to come up with the proper products, and the issue of development partner just to see the possibility of supporting in research issues. So currently what we are doing is just we are trying to develop, with the support of other stakeholders, the so-called National Agricultural Livestock Insurance Scheme, which can be a base for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much from Tira, Mr. Muyengi. I want to invite the audience for questions and comments and contributions before I get to the second round, and I will invite the ministry as a conclusive remark and response. Now, if there is any question from the audience or comment as regards to agriculture insurance for agriculture sector and SMEs.
Baria Jioni. Okay, my name is Hassan Abba. I'm coming from the media. Okay, I have some few comments on penetration to SME and agriculture insurance. As Ravi was presenting, we've witnessed that one of the major challenges in the sector is awareness. And we cannot deny the fact that the market that we are targeting does not understand insurance well. So it's a question of transforming their point of views and their myopic behavior of not seeing the future. So that being said, I believe the media has a role to play as far as insurance penetration and smoothen the process is concerned. So it is my concern that collectively, as the insurance stakeholders, we need to work with media to see how it can help to realize the objective of penetration. And that being said, I have a preposition. You know, as media, we understand and we know well our audience, the language that we speak to them, they understand easily. So by creating different media campaigns with content created by insurance, I think it will help to smoothen the penetration of insurance. That is one. Two, we have to also engage in other communication channels. You might have the media, but on the other hand, you need to strike on ground activation. So collectively, if you do on-air activations and on-ground activations, you will find yourself educating the mass and at the same time realizing the objective. So I believe, and as a media, we are ready to partner and to work with insurance companies so that together we can achieve the goal. Thank you.
But make sure that he makes use of that product. And to me, I see that we have to strengthen the capacity of these intermediaries, distribution channels. We have MNOs, we agree, we have those digital platforms, but those does not close deals. They just facilitate a person who knows the product to purchase it. But going out to the person who doesn't know the product, we need these brokers, we need these agencies to go there. So we have to strengthen up, to build up their capacity, making sure that they know how to sell these products, how to convince people to use these products. They explain all the exclusions and the benefits of the product which they are supposed to sell. So I think the insurers and all other stakeholders should take a little bit of measures to build the capacity of these players. We have to learn from others. For instance, if we speak of bankers, these people, we can see how they have that confidence to go there and sell their products. But what about the insurers? What about the brokers? What about the agencies? We are there waiting for the customers to come while we know exactly that the insurance is not bought. It has to be sold. But we know exactly that we are selling the promise of which is not seen. Somebody has to believe it. We have to be like preachers to make them believe that this is what we'll give them, while something, if at all they incur some losses. The worst part of it is life insurance. We are making promises of benefiting, of compensating them while they are gone. So somebody may ask himself, I am not there. Who will be there to make sure that the sum assured is paid to the beneficiaries? So you have to have those muscles to make sure that you persuade them to use the products. At the end of the day, we achieve those goals. And the other thing, might be the last but not the least, customization of the products. I know we have a lot of talented people. We have a lot of, students from IFM, from other institutions who can just bring out customized products based on a certain group of localities in our country particularly. But we have to find a mechanism that we promote the talents of these people. Suppose if we associations in collaboration of the TIRA arrange the program that at least on yearly basis we recognize those people who have innovated products, particularly for specific group of people. Maybe at the end of the day, every player in the industry will think on developing a product that suits or solve a certain problem in a society. By 2030, which is not far, we can reach somewhere, if not at all meeting the target by 100%. Thank you.
Just a short one, just to add on the customization part which she mentioned. Na hapa naongea kama mdau wa bima, sio kama mtu health insurance. Mfano mojawapo, mke wangu mimi anaji-involve na ufugaji. I know a couple of guys who work kwenye ufugaji. Recently, kulikuwa na homa ya nguruwe. Watu wamepoteza mpaka banda zima la nguruwe. If you don't know, sasa hivi kati ya kwenye ufugaji na nini unakuja juu ni ufugaji wa nguruwe. Lakini hakuna bima ya nguruwe. At least haiko known kwa group unazozijua mimi. Ukija kwenye kuku, kuna siku mke wangu alienda kuomba hiyo cover kwa ajili ya kuku. Alipoenda kwa insurer, akaambiwa we can cover, lakini tuna exclude 2 diseases, moja inaitwa gumboro, moja inaitwa Newcastle, ambao those are the 2 threatened diseases, kwa sababu hizo ndio zinaenda kukava 70% zinaua kwenye banda. Alafu insurer anamwambia kwamba I'm excluding this, unipe premium ni cover vingine. Unakava mafua yanasaidia nini? I think those are issue ya customization ni muhimu sana kama unataka kufikia watu wa chini. Lakini hata watu wa kawaida, recently kwa wale wanafuatilia mambo ya mpira, kuna mchezaji amepata accident wakati wanatoka kwenye mazoezi. Akawa anatishia kukatwa mguu, akaingilia, watu wanamchangia. Hawana bima. Ukiuliza ile Football Association, bima iliyopo ni bima ya afya. Ile ni tofauti, yani unaongelea mcheza mpira, unataka sawa atapona, atatibiwa, lakini so what? Hawezi kuendelea na mpira tena. And those are low hanging fruit, kwa sababu you just have to go there na kuongea na bodi ya ligi. Bodi ya ligi wanapitisha sheria, you cannot get the license as a club to play Premier League if you don't have a cover for wacheza mpira, kwamba ikitokea ameumia mpirani then anakuwa anapata labda hiyo kama life insurance whatever, kwamba permanent disability ambayo hawezi kucheza mpira nitamkava kwa miaka 5, something like that. So customization is very important kuliko hizi ambazo zinazoeleka na kila mtu. Thanks.
Thank you, Harry. Yeah, this thing about football, Missy was listening to Harry and was smiling. Have you ever engaged these associations? I mean, you have better politics, I mean, easier politics in political parts than in the football association. It's tough.
Ruhusu nikujibu kwa Kiswahili. Naruhusu kujibu. Mimi wasijui kusoma na siasa, sijui kuzunguka zunguka. Watanzania waongo wasanii wengi. Maana kusema umekueteni waongo na wasanii. My first assignment when I was at Salam Light, and I'm a football lover, and I know the value of footballers. Sawa, shida ni kuwa timu yangu haije kushinda mechi hata moja, but we are trying to sign, so we'll see. It's Arsenal. We have offered £5 a week and £10 if we take the All Four trophy. So we'll see. That's the bonus. So I went and made a presentation of the league student of it. And I was selling group by 2 policies in one. And the time I went, kulitokea mchezaji alikufa Kagera. Mchezaji wa zile ligi ndogo ndogo zile alikufa uwanjani, something like that. He was a youngster, and he was about to go for trials somewhere out of the country. Alikufa uwanjani, kwa hivyo nikasema at least kuna hili tukio kila mtu anaona. Na pale kuna zote zile za daraja la kwanza na zile bahati nzuri there is a clause kwenye ile ya uendeshaji ligi ile inasema kuwa you must have insurance, health insurance and life and accident insurance to the teams pamoja na viongozi. Na hapo nilikuwa nakumbuka kuna mchezaji mmoja Simba alikufa. Natural death. Si ajali, accident ilikuwa, si ndio? Tango. Sawa. Kasoro kidogo ni mafisadi. Simba ni mafitango. Ni Azam tu peke yao, kwa sababu Azam ndio kama timu, ndio kama grupu la walevi wanakwenda moja huku anacheza nyingine zote maneno. And that's what people like Haji Manara, ukijua kwa kama mimi nadhani ningekuwa msemaji mzuri wa timu moja. Ukiacha kazi kuna najaribu kugoogle hapa how many SMEs ambazo inabidi once I nearly lost my broker. Akaniambia the group I have 1,000 loans a year. Piga mahesabu yangu pale nikasema money owners at the end of the year. After 12,000 loans, kwa pamoja na za uongo unatoa rate ambayo unaiona inafanana na sipo data ulizokuwa nazo, lakini hakuna kitakachotokea. This year ni Montalize products wanauza, which they have embedded with daily cash hospitalization, property. Yesterday, I asked someone from Life, how many policies have you underwritten? And I said, hapana, we have disbanded the program. In 6 months, we only got 2. Nadhani nakuja na product umetengenezwa vizuri, unaona zile namba unazo, unasema let's una offer, hakuna kitu ambacho kinatokea. You just spend. Ndio maana kampuni za bima siku hizi wanaogopa kwenda kwenye kupoteza hizo pesa kwenye marketing. Kwa kweli tunaupepeta sana kuliko. Mimi nakubali tukisema awareness Tanzania ndo alivyo. Mimi nitakupeni practical example alafu mtaidigest mtaweka kwenye insurance yenu. There is a lecturer somewhere, a professor who doing a research. Kwa nini watu wasomi hesabu? Amchukua mtoto wa yuko chuo anasema I don't have background ya hesabu, ndio maana nimeacha hesabu, nimechukua HKL. Sema fine. Akaenda kwa form 6 liver, naye akamwambia hivyo I don't have a very good background. Then he went to O level na akamwambia hana background nzuri. Akaenda kwa primary, naye anasema hana background nzuri. Conclusion ilikuwa mtu labda background nzuri anaipata mtoto akiwa tumboni ndio anaanza kupata background nzuri ya hesabu. So this is how we work. Thank you.
Thank you, Amis. You have tried to brought the other part of the coin. You know, hata wakati ndio nilisema hapa broker moja alinitumia message kwamba alienda huko Kariakoo akampigia na viatu kwamba wanatuambia habari za bima. Lakini pia tujiulize incidences za moto za masoko zimeshatokea ngapi hapa nchini? Many. And it is not that the insurers and the brokers are not going to sell this insurance. You know, Tanzanians, I don't know, maybe also other parts of the world, people like to say, you know, hatuna elimu kuhusu hii, hatuna elimu kuhusu. This is usually, you know, a quick excuse. Hiyo ni excuse ya urahisi. Nitakupa mfano mwingine. Sisi kuna bima ya health ndogo tunauza makanisani every Sunday. So people will be told about this insurance, and outside they'll find someone who is registering them. Lakini bado kwenye makanisa watu wanakufa kwa sababu wameshindwa kupata huduma, kwa sababu walichelewa kuchangishana michango huko kanisani akisubiri huyo mtu afanyiwe upasuaji. But something that I was talking about when these are real cases, sio mifano ya hewani. Different churches, yani mnaenda mnasema, jamani yule mwalimu wa kwaya amekufa juzi, tulikuwa tunamchangia hapa, ilikuwa inatakiwa 900,000, tumefika 700,000 amefariki. So it's not that people are not, this story of, you know, awareness and education. Tujiulize jamani. Wakati tunajua habari ya mambo ya kubeti hapa. Kubeti, mambo ya football wanayobeti. It is very technical. Yani ile process mimi mpaka leo sijui. I've just found it to be very technical. Lakini mtu hajaenda darasa la 7 anajua kusoma ule mkeka vizuri na bet, and he is making money. Insurance is very common sense. It means basic and au tatumzuka. Hizi tazama tatumzuka maredio na ma-TV alibeba. But it's not as technical as these other things. Karibu.
Asante, nitasimama. Hello everybody, kwa jina naitwa Khalil Amboe, ni mkurugenzi wa kampuni inaitwa Unleashed Africa Social Ventures. We're a startup. Sana tunafanya youth development, social innovation and job creation. Tunafanya kazi sana upande wa, we're looking at how we can create 10 million jobs for African youth by 2030. Sasa labda ningependa kuanza from the communication. As a person in the startup ecosystem, I love that we're talking about SMEs. But one of the things that we know in the startup ecosystem is insurance companies don't touch us. When we're talking about the word startup, it's something that's very dynamic, it's something that's very diverse, it moves, vijana wako all over the place, it's something that's also very volatile. But in Tanzania, startups are also termed as SMEs. Now, sitaingia kwenye that jargon and the differences and why we should be we should draw the lines. But one of the things that I want to build off of, pale tulipozungumzia customization, thank you for bringing up that point. I think it's very important. Because and the reason thank you for the invite, the insurance, as we're talking about in Tanzania, has completely overlooked a big session of young people who are creating solutions for this country, who are very dynamic in how they operate. Leo kamka na one idea of certain product, baada ya mwezi moja imebadilika. So how my business operates is completely different because I'm consistently pivoting. I'm working with different target markets, I'm learning, I'm changing. And technology is always evolving. We're calling this the quantum future. 2020, 2030, quantum future, things are changing. As an organization, I have approached different insurance companies. You asked me what insurer I'm with, and I told you. And you asked me why. I told you there's no reason. Because there's a time, we did approach different insurance companies. And unakuta, whatever they're telling you, like, but I don't fit in here. I'm a bit different. Oh, I don't fit in here. I don't fit in here. Lakini mtu anakuambia, well, that's kind of all we have. That's all we have. You either fit in or you don't fit. You fit out. Now, sometimes when it comes to insurance companies, number to ili swala la education, I mean, in awareness, it's not that people are not aware. It's how insurance is communicated. When people from insurance firms come, a startup young person who is trying to create jobs for other people, kila siku anaingiza hela, kakusanya hela kwa mzazi, yani the way we work, yani hapo kuna ka passion fulani na uchizi kwa pamoja. That's how we operate. Lakini mtu anakuja kukuuzia bima, lakini anakuuzia kama anataka kale kahela chako kalichobaki. So, kijana unafikiria, hapa yenyewe nalala hoi, najaribu kulipa wale watu wachache ambao ninao, Hapa yenyewe anapigana na TRA, maanake TRA very clauses don't fit into the startup ecosystem. Hapa yenyewe anajikuna kichwa BRELA, zile annual returns anazifanya vipi. Most of the times, by the way, a lot of startups are not compliant. The fact, because we're trying to battle with the policies at hand. Hapo tujaanza kuzungumzia social entrepreneurs. Sawa. But when somebody from an insurance firm comes, or when tukizungumza and we encourage ourselves, each other kwenda, mtu anarudi anakuambia, Kel, they have nothing for me there. Na kwanza, I like how you talked about kwamba the brokers, insurance, when you go to sell. I think we need to change the terminology that we use, because one of the fact of the matter is insurance can save lives. But when I'm on this side, my business is to save lives. But how you come and communicate to me is in a way that, listen, you just want my money. Mwisho wa siku, I'm not necessarily going to take up insurance cover, not because I don't want it, but because sielewi the value to me. The way we communicate it, moja kwa moja, I see, okay, the value to an insurance company. I've been working in communications and marketing for the past 14 years. And one of the things, nasemaga, when you're selling something to somebody, don't tell them what you're selling. Tell them value. Don't even say insurance. When it comes to betting, nilikuwa nafanyaga mentorship, nilikuwa kwenye shule moja pale Loyola. Nikaongea na kijana na miaka 17, 15, nikamuuliza, what do you want to be in the world? Akasema, mimi dream yangu by the time na miaka 21 nataka niwe nimeoa wanawake 5, nina nyumba 3 na magari. How are you going to make it? Kumbe jamaa alikuwa the chief better in the school. Mtoto na beti. Na anazielewa vibaya mno. Lakini one of the things is when he was talking about betting, mpaka mimi mwenyewe nikaanza kusema, jamani, I should try. He didn't say the word betting. He was talking about how it's life transforming. How in one way or the other he was connecting to how he was helping his family. He bought into that dream. So when it comes to insurance, I think there's a big mandate in how we probably transform how we go to people and communicate value. Because at the end of the day, it's always about how we communicate value. When we're talking about customization, jamani, naomba tuangalie tukizungumzia SMEs, how we connect to the startup ecosystem. Because kuna vijana wengi sana ambao wanahitaji hizi products, and we need to be thinking critically about how we connect to them. I love the fact kwamba kuna UN Global Compact. A lot of startups tuna connect na the SDGs. Because we're like 2030, what are we doing to create solutions fast? Meaning every single month we're changing. Tunabadilika. But then upande huu, are you keeping up with us? Asante.
Thank you very much, Khalila. The last one from the floor, and then I will take it back for closing. So if we don't have anyone else, I will take it back to the table now. So Ravi, I just have one final question that I would like you to address before I invite the lady from the Ministry of Finance to answer something in close. Now, in the morning we talked about very few insurers in the agriculture space. Actually, this was raised in the speech by the the special guest from the Ministry of Finance. We have very few insurers who are offering agriculture insurance specific solutions. So my question is, what incentives do you think should be given to the insurers so that we can see more of them offering agriculture insurance solutions?
So I need to react to your brilliant discussion. I have personally dealt with the e-commerce setup. What is happening is, and this is a global thing, that the e-commerce is obviously about convenience and reach, and you can go into and you can purchase and you can even give your ideas about the product, etc., evaluate and so on and so forth. What has happened is, because of the very complex thing in insurance, because insurance is one on regulation side, one on the capital investment side, exposure side, so it's not it's sort of a bundle of things. So there's a considerable literature available on innovation and what has worked. And this is going to be true for agriculture also. See, when I was reading on some of the main issues which, in agriculture product, there are companies which are involved in hybrid seeds, etc., etc. They were doing a lot of marketing activity. The best strategy they found was, and perhaps we can take a leaf out of them, was they focused on few farmers and gave them. And their success story was then not only copied, it became viral, so to say. So as I discussed with the agriculture insurance, the problem is agriculture insurance is very capital intensive, if you see, because if you have loss of say 50 billion shillings, then it can happen in an area where there is entire flooding, etc. How do you get the reinsurance support? And then for the reinsurance support, they need 5-year record. And they need what has been the average rainfall, what they need, what has been the weather parameter, and how has been the diversions and all. So in order that an insurance succeeds, when large people join it, insurance will never succeed if only few people will join it, because the few people experience will give a very skewed result. Like for example, Mr. Kamis can tell you, because you have an actuarial table, because you have thousands of people live where you can work out. Earlier, people were not giving any cover for a person who was bypass and all that. Now there is huge data available where bypass people live for 25, 30 years, and they're freely giving life policy even for the bypass. This thing. So it's very data driven. So the issue, what I believe is, to give an impetus to an agriculture thing is, we could start with a success story. You see, when you are talking about a huge tract, it becomes difficult. Select a few, focus on that, make it a success story, and then it replicates. And by the way, the farmer community, the way I understand them, are far more ingenious and intelligent. They may not speak English like we do, but they're very smart. If they see that this is going to get them a huge profit, or this is going to be a real security for them, they're going to copy it in mass ways. They're going to come and say, oh, I need this because I need a protection. The second thing which you said about the communication is very important. Normally the personal accident policy we pay, and this is what I learned the hard way around. In one particular area where we were finding there was a difficulty in that product being deployed. So we went there and they said that they were having a lot of snake bite cases there. And I told them, guys, this personal accident policy of ours covers snake bite. They said, we are not aware of it, and we never, because personal accident, you will feel someone hit you, right? Then we highlighted that snake bite is covered. I give you a classical example. One of the best advertisement in the retail product was for a toothpaste. Every toothpaste uses clove oil. You will be knowing that. But this company only said that we are using clove oil. Now, from generations, people know that clove oil is good for toothpaste. They hyped it. The point is that product had that coverage, but people were not aware. So you're right. There's an issue of communication there. And what is going to happen is, and probably it's going to happen is, because I say, if you play this music, this is an orchestra. It's not a one single thing. It's a team game. So the regulator has to be there. And I believe from the agent's perspective, you are now seeing, the way I look at it, the best way people taking insurance, and till date, I know many broking companies have come in countries like India, but agents still call the roost. Agents still are, etc. Because for one thing, they give the convenience. They are there in their house. They tell them when the renewal is due. They give the policies. They back up on the claims. The idea is that the distribution challenge you have, for example, there are marketplaces here, you can set up a small kiosk, say there is a fire in karaoke, it can happen here. Why don't you take insurance from us? I'm just giving you one idea.
Thank you very much, Ravi. Thank you very much. Do you want to talk about the incentives or you covered it?
See, the agriculture insurance, you please understand, it's heavily reinsurance driven. Even if the regulator tries, the point is, we got to understand that this insurance is not like a small car insurance where you can do it about 20 million and all. The whole area gets covered. It's big. There's a huge exposure. Hundreds of farmers are there, and just imagine the entire crop. It goes into billions. So the point is, who is exposing his capital on this sort of a venture? The reinsurance, because they're sitting on huge capital. What they want, you have to understand what they want. They want, as you rightly has been discussing, Dr. Sakware said, it's very key. If you have, and I'm telling you, in Tanzania it will be much easier to get a reinsurance support, because one of the most wonderful things in this is, because of the near equatorial belt, you never are exposed to big cyclones, etc. Look at US market, look at Gulf of Mexico, and there was a threat of one big cyclone coming, and it didn't come because the warm current pushed it out. Last 80 years, I don't think so there has been any major cyclone, has it? No. So this is a safe zone for the reinsurers. All that they need is, because the seed has a capacity of say 10 kgs per acre or whatever it is. They need the data for them to expose their capital, and when they have the confidence, then you can find them coming in a very big and major way. So the idea is, you've got to, right now it is static, we've got to come into a dynamic mode, but I agree with you. The way the young populace is coming up with very bright ideas, and tomorrow you will be the leaders of innovation in that field. And obviously, the e-commerce is showing that innovation which is happening in a big way. I'm just telling you the constraints. Have you ever heard, despite everything, Tesla, Google, Amazon, everything, because I was in Abu Dhabi, where major e-commerce, startup ventures, they said, the leading speaker said that what we are seeing is there's no revolution which is taking place in insurance, because insurance is complicated.
Thank you, Ravi. Thank you very much. Now, my final question will be to Madam Assistant Commissioner of Finance Development, Minister of Finance. Now, as you have realized that we have very few insurance companies which are offering health insurance, very few insurance companies which are offering agriculture insurance, and maybe I may go on and add that we have very few insurance companies which are offering micro insurance. What incentives do you think, or are you planning as the Ministry of Finance at the policy level, that may entice more players to get into in this key segment which now touches majority of our people?
Asante. Kwanza, najua wote hapa ni Watanzania. Naomba niongee kwanza haya maneno kwa msisitizo, na nafikiri tunakwenda kumaliza. Asilimia kubwa ya Watanzania ni wakulima. Asilimia kubwa pia ya Watanzania ni wafanyabiashara ndogo ndogo. Na katika serikali kuna juhudi mbalimbali zimekuwa zikifanyika. Number of initiative ambazo zimekuwa zikifanyika kwa kureview, kwa kuweka sheria mpya, na ni nyingi. Nikizitaja hapa nitanyang'anywa kipaza sauti. Ni nyingi nzuri, ukizisoma wewe mwenyewe utasikia raha. Labda nizitaje chache. Tunayo Insurance Act, na mwenyewe yuko hapa mezani, tuko wote. Tuna Commodity Exchange Act, tuna Microfinance Act, na hizi zote review au sheria ambazo zimekuwa zikipitishwa hazijaacha kumgusa mkulima au kumgusa mfanyabiashara ndogo ndogo kwa njia moja au nyingine. Lakini pia kumekuwa na National Microfinance Policy and its implementation strategy ya 2017-18 na 2027 mpaka 28. Lakini tumekuwa na Financial Education Framework ya 2016-2020. Lakini pia tumekuwa na National Financial Inclusion Framework 2018-2022. Tunazo nyingi na ni nzuri, ni tamu hata ukizisoma. Na hizo zinaletwa kwa ajili ya kina nani? Ni kwa ajili ya ninyi ambao mko sokoni. Swali linakuja, mnazitumiaje? Mnaangalia mazingira ambayo yanawazunguka? Mnakubali kupata changamoto kule vijijini? Kwenda mahali ukatembea hata kwa miguu kilomita 10? Kwa sababu tunaposema mkulima, tunaposema mfanyabiashara ndogo ndogo, wako hata huko mipakani. Kwa hiyo mimi kitu ambacho ninaweza kusema, review zimefanyika, sheria zipo, kanuni zipo, miongozo ipo, regulator wapo, lakini sisi ambao tuko kwenye soko, mwisho Wizara ya Fedha na Mipango ikaja na mwarobaini wa Financial Sector Master Plan, ambayo hii Financial Sector Master Plan ya miaka 10 itakuja kuleta mabadiliko, si kwa watu wa bima, lakini hao wakulima au wafanyabiashara ndogo ndogo, kwamba kutakuwa na kuresolve the existing gap by increasing financial awareness, understanding, skill, and change people behavior. Hiki ndio tunatakiwa tukifanye, kubadilisha zile tabia za watu kutoka kule waliko, ajue kabisa, na tuwaonyeshe mifano hai. Na mimi nimefurahi kwa hii presentation, tumeona vivid example la soko letu la Kariakoo na wale watu waliozungumza pale. Kwa hiyo ndugu zangu wa Tanzania wenzangu, mimi ninawashawishi, tunapomalizia kikao hiki, tukilala usiku leo, tujaribu kufikiri. Mfano, kwenye hii Financial Sector Master Plan tumepewa kabisa target mbalimbali na tumeelezwa, mfano mpaka mwaka huo wa 2030 inatakiwa 10% ya total insurance premium contributed by agriculture insurance. Lakini hii nani ataitekeleza? Ni vijana wote pamoja, sisi tupo na tunashirikiana na ninyi wote, ni mashahidi. Tumekuwa tukishirikiana na sekta mbalimbali, tumeshirikiana na benki, tunashirikiana na ninyi bima, ili tuweze kwenda pamoja. Na mwezi wa 10 tutakuwa na hiyo wiki ya Financial Services Week, ambapo tutatamani tupaze sauti, na inawezekana kwa kuanzia katika kutekeleza hii Financial Sector Master Plan, tutafanya viwanja vya Mnazi Mmoja, na tunatamani wadau ninyi wote wa bima tushirikiane. Kwa hiyo tutakuwa hapo Mnazi Mmoja, tutatembea, tutafanya road show, tutafanya kwenye vipindi kwenye TV, kila mahali. Lakini wakati mwingine itatakiwa tufike mpaka huko kwa wakulima. Na nimefurahi mwezeshaji wetu wa jioni ya leo alivyotuambia kwamba tusiogope, tujaribu kwa wakulima wachache. Tukiona inawezekana, kwanza wataambizana. Na ngoja niwaambie, wakulima wapo, na sijui kama mnajua ninyi watu wa bima, siku hizi vijana wengi wanalima na wako huko Njombe, mnasikia watu wanalima maparachichi, wako huko sijui Lindi wanalima korosho, wako wapi. Tukisikia kitu kinatokea, tutoke twende. Nimesikia mtu mwingine anasema tusijifungie kwenye vyumba vyetu, tutoke. Kama wenzetu walivyotoka wameamua kwenda makanisani, na sisi kama sekta ya bima tutoke. Kwa sababu kama sheria nzuri tunazo, miongozo mizuri tunayo, kanuni nzuri tunazo, sasa tunakwama wapi? Wapi tunakwama? Kwa hiyo ina maana ninyi mnaotengenezewa hizi sheria, kanuni na miongozo, mtoke hata kwenye hili jiji la Dar es Salaam. Nendeni huko kwenye mikoa, mkisikia kuna kitu fulani kinafanyika kwenye mikoa fulani. Na sasa hivi kuna miradi ya kimkakati, na pia kwenye bajeti ya mwaka huu, kwamba si serikali haitatekeleza miradi yote. Miradi mingi sasa imeletwa kwa wadau. Kwa hiyo hata wewe uko hapa, kuna mradi wa soko kule Tandahimba ambao unaona benki fulani inaweza ikafanya, sisi institution yetu inaweza ikafanya lile soko. Wakati wanajenga soko, sogea pale na wewe mtu wa bima, ili na wewe uende itakapotokea moto, itakapotokea kitu gani. Kwa hiyo serikali kwa kweli imeweka mazingira wezeshi tena ambayo unaweza ukayasoma. Na sasa hivi mnajua wote kwamba sheria zote zitatafsiriwa Kiswahili, kwa sababu kutakuwa hakuna excuse tena. Kanuni zote zitakuwa kwa Kiswahili. Kwa hiyo tutaelewa. Ninawaomba, tuna mpango mkuu wa maendeleo ya sekta ya fedha. Kama mtu huna kopi, niambie upate. Kuna mikakati mbalimbali, kuna utekelezaji wake. Twende pamoja ili tusimuache mtu nyuma, awe wa bima ya kilimo, awe wa simu. Nimejaribu kuangalia wa nyumba, kuna watu wana majumba yao hayana insurance. Kwa hiyo tuangalie mbinu na mikakati mbalimbali ili hii sekta ya bima iweze kukua, itoke hapo kwenye 0 point something ifike kwenye hiyo 3%, na mimi natamani izidi hata hiyo 3%. Baada ya kusema hayo, ninashukuru sana kwa ajili ya kutualika. Asanteni sana na jioni njema.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much, my panelists. And that brings us to the end of this panel session. I thank you, and I will invite now the last presenter, who will be talking about youth and women. One of the most, yes, we can. Youth and women. You know, youth is not the future anymore. Youth is the present. And the women, you know, are the ones with the money. If not the ones with the money, at least they are the ones who are willing to buy insurance. Unajua miss kule TFF ingekuwa wanafanya maamuzi ni wakina mama. Most likely tungekuwa tushawapa wachezaji hii bima ya ajali. You know that women will spend about 15 to 20% of their income on insurance or savings. So we are told, when you are designing insurance product for women, target at a maximum 20% of their disposable income. Now, to take us through this exciting session, I want to invite Ali Selemani from KPMG. Ali, please, may you now take us through that session. I'll a bit about himself while he starts his presentation. And may you please load his presentation so that we can get to it as soon as possible. Thank you. Karibu Ali.
Good evening. Good evening. Can we stand and stretch for a minute or two, as I think we have been sitting for a while. Yeah, we have people who love sports here. Wesema Watanzania ni waongo na wasanii. At least I might exclude myself. Walio wengi, majority of them ni waongo na wasanii. Okay, so a bit of a stretch. Mikono imekaa kwenye meza muda mrefu. Just so that you have some relaxation is very important. for you to keep your health good. I think as the presentation is being loaded, just give an overview. I don't know. Introduce myself. The name is already known, so it is not a secret. Anselm has already introduced myself as Ali Selemani. I'm a senior manager at KPMG. Yes, so I mostly audit financial services, banks, insurance, and pension funds. I started my career at Deloitte back some 19 years back from the university, and then had a break somewhere out of profession. I joined a government-owned entity, a microfinance. Yes. A microfinance as a director of finance, and then back to the profession at KPMG. The last presenter. Let's sit, please. Not only being last presenter, when you are presenting in late at the late day of the, the late hour of the day, labda mpira 90 yani mpaka dakika 90 watu wako bado excited but normally for learning, especially when you have adult learning, I'm a trainer, so I know how they can behave. So I will try to spend less time. The good thing is I wasn't to hear, but as I listen through a lot of what okay, so there's a lot that has already been covered, from product design, from awareness, frameworks between government and private. And I hope the presentation has not refused to load, in which my work would have been completed, right? But you will miss what I had prepared for. I will not spend too much time, as I said, there's a lot which has already been discussed by the various presenters. Asli? Are we having a presentation loading? So. Okay. Seen me in some of the NBA's forum, not recently, but in past 2 or 3 years back. I've been used to be a usual one. But of recent I've used, or the sessions I've cut them. As we wait Okay. So there we are. After the engineers have done their things, I will try to cover this very quickly. Introduction about why are we talking about youth and women? Why are we talking about insurance, about youth and the women? Then we'll look briefly into numbers. They say numbers never lie, and those ones drive a lot of decisions. Then some few consideration about inclusive insurance generally, and then what is the market size? What we are talking about the inclusive insurance market size. Since it talks about digital, I'll touch a bit of a digital tools that are available, and then a way forward and conclusion. Some of good points which have already been discussed in the forum are already probably included there, and then I will not spend time. I will try to spend, it's supposed to be a 1 hour, but again, I'm operating 2 hours behind. So if I squeeze 1 hour into 2 hours, almost zero, because you're already behind. So can you go to next slide? So what is so important about inclusive insurance for youth and the women? It is a fact, and everyone was talking here about penetration, and that is not a Tanzanian issue only. It is a global issue that the penetration of insurance, the magnitude differs between it and another market. Africa contribution in terms of premium, that is, I'm referring to about 2016 statistic, was around 1.3% to the global insurance sector. That is so low. But now looking at Tanzania penetration, it's been less than 1% all along. From 0.584 to 0.58, 0.9 or so, it has been, and the government is saying we want at least 3%, which is a bit tough. There's so much that needs to be done. So that is a factor. But again, are we serving the majority? That is where youth and the women actually sit in terms of, later we'll look into how did I define in my own the inclusive insurance. But the focus should be looking at the majority. If it is health, are we serving the majority? If it is any other insurance, we'll be looking at the majority. How about the vulnerable population? And those come guys. So all those are the considerations that we need to be putting in place. But again, we're looking at economic activities. Are we having products that drive economic activities? And I think is a goal number 3 about SDG goals on health and well-being. So if you can go to next slide. Okay, here are the numbers. My slides have been, to some extent, I don't know whether it's the version of software, but according to the World Bank, according to the population census, and this is dating 2016 again, about 49% or so is women globally, and that is global statistic. But again, youth account for 25 to 30%. But both youth and women, those who are vulnerable, 90% are in the developing countries. And that's where the big problem is. The growth about youth, and that the youth population is growing between 2 to 3% annually. So imagine in the next 10 years, you probably have a big... so my own definition of inclusive insurance was around several considerations. The first consideration was, are we talking about access of appropriate insurance product? And that goes back to the 2 speakers who are talking about, are we really designing the product which is directed towards a certain market segment? And this market segment we are talking about is about youth and women. So we should be looking at they should have ability to access appropriate insurance products at an affordable price. Not only appropriate insurance product, but you also thinking about the affordability of such product. So as you design those products, you're actually thinking a lot. I read one book, Stephen Covey, 7 Habits of Most Effective People. There's one of the habits which says start with the ending in mind. So as you design your product, you should be thinking, what is my end? Who are my buyers of the product? Will they be able to afford? And again, you come into matters like, okay, what is the distribution channel that I will use to deliver the product? Is it affordable again? Can I be more creative? And then your target for inclusive insurance, because that's the population which has been left out by the commercial insurance, should be mostly on unserved and underserved population. If you're not targeting those, who are you targeting? You must be targeting the usual ones which are already in the mainstream insurance. And the last one is an emphasis of low income and vulnerable population. So I combined all those to get my definition that an inclusive insurance should be the one that is allowing people to access an appropriate insurance product at affordable price for unserved and underserved, with the main focus on low and vulnerable population. Next. And a number of considerations that come in play as you think about inclusive insurance is about a number of things. One, managing financial risk. You see, if you don't have an insurance, you're actually stressed. All the time you're stressed. Those are videos that we saw from the Kariako business. You're stressed already. The business is, you didn't have insurance, so your financial risks are really very high. But the other consideration is around illness. If you have a health insurance, you're already managing your illness stress. You don't have trouble to walk and say, oh, I'm not feeling well. So you just walk into the hospital and get some treatment, right? But if you don't have an insurance, this brother was giving an example of people were making contribution at the church, Anselm, and then the patient dies before you even mobilize enough fund. And that has happened to so many people. Even myself, I have confession of the same situation. You're trying to raise fund for someone, and that person dies. You could have thought, okay, instead of raising funds every time, can you raise funds and give these guys insurance? And that's it. Maybe it's 500, and the family gets insurance. But you raise 200,000, he's treated, he gets back, he breaks down again, you raise another 150, he's treated, he gets back. By the time you clock a year, you probably spend 2 million, which you could have spent half of that or less to the insurance, and then you manage the entire. Ravi talked about crop or agri. I don't want to spend time on that because it's already talked about. But again, looking at healthy for economic prosperity. If you have a healthy society, you're more less having more productive people than when the society is unhealthy. Again, if you have imagine if someone goes to Kariako and is assured that everyone is insured. So you're even free to go and say, I can invest. That gives you comfort that you can invest if there's insurance there. Again, from an insurance side, as much as you're able to design products, you're actually able to get more income. So it's up to you to design products that will give you more income. Next slide. Okay, so I went into a report by Allianz about emerging markets. And then, so I looked at the top 10 companies by premium. In the US market, top 10 countries, the US market is the one that is leading, US and Canada. at 39% with a total premium about $4 million. That's close to 5-6 trillion TZS. China next. I was shocked that in that list there's African country. If you look at top 10 countries by premium, there is no single African country. Okay? So that's where we are. So you can see we still have probably bigger issue. As my first slide, I said most of these vulnerable people live in developing countries. Next slide, please. So there are a number of things that drive the market. One of them is actually emergence of emerging markets, which include the vulnerable population. The stat says there is a population, there is a market of about 3.8 billion people in the globe which are sitting in that emerging market. Those who are vulnerable to vulnerable and with low income. But if you go to, I think India and China are the ones who are leading. Both have about slightly above 200 million youth alone, India and China. So you can see those two countries have massive youth who are sitting in the vulnerable. But again, what can drive growth? There was a lady here from the government. So the government regulations can come as you put a regulation that forces insurance companies to come up with a product which will serve the market, the youth and women, which are most vulnerable. But again, insurances might be looking at efficiencies. Remember, we were talking about, my topic is talks about digital, which I will cover in some subsequent slides. Most of the digital channels are more cost efficient. Imagine if you are selling your insurance using, say, mobile network operators. You cut a lot of paperwork because most of the matters will be through the systems. Then technology advancement, talking about drones to serve the insured, blockchains, data. There was an issue around, you were talking about data. You can get data, but how do you analyze that data? It's very important. So there are a number of drivers that can drive you to be able to have a product which serve the unserved, underserved, and the low income earners. Next slide. Okay, so how do you become a digital insurer? How many insurer people do we have here? All of them? Are we all insurers? No? Most of them. Okay? So there are different ways you can convert yourself to a digital insurer. One of them, you can actually start as a digital insurer from the beginning. Okay? Your focus is to offer digital services from an insurance space perspective. But again, you can do an asset-light innovation, which is looking at a specific line of production or distribution channel and enhance it and make it digital full 100%. But you can do an industry, or you can do a company or a corporate transformation where you're looking at different corporate functions to convert your corporate into a digital insurer. But again, it could be a capability enhancement. Again, you can maybe a section. It could be finance. It could be marketing. It could be the production people, and you convert that section as a start to transform yourself to a digital insurer. So it depends on the level of investment that you want to make. Is it easier to start off a new company? Maybe you need some research. Maybe you can start with a transformation, or you can start with a specific line of distribution, or transform the organization itself in totality. Next. Okay. So the digital tools available in different markets, the three common ones are mobile network operators, which in subsequent slide you'll see some of the mobile network operators in Tanzania have already started offering insurance products. But again, you can have web-based, which is online services for insurance services, and technology, the blockchains, where data becomes the driver of everything. So you take data and then you start analyzing your market, and then design your product based on your data manifestation. So these are I will cover mostly MNOs because that is most common in our market. I know online and technology related products are in existence, and they really have a lot of advantages in terms of processes, in terms of claims processing, in terms of claim registration, data which you can manipulate the data to get different insights when you are designing your product. Next. Okay, so from a MNO perspective, there are a number of considerations that I had thought in terms of why MNO becomes the most efficient and the most feasible digital platform for insurance. One, we've seen MNOs being used in different countries to offer digital insurance, to offer insurance products. Easy to use. You either have to use it or through SMS or even through web-based, but easy to collect premium again because someone will just use, if it is a Tigo Pesa, you pay by Tigo Pesa, or it is being deducted. You be spending time to go to the bank to get your premium deposited. And then from a claim processing perspective, again, it's fast and less costly to the insurer. So you will just need to submit your claim based on how the terms have been put. Again, verification of payment that has gone through is easy because normally it's online. Looking at the networks that insurance companies have, mobile network companies have, it's really a big support from even data collection perspective and data analysis. So again, if you look at all this, you can see why, and of course, if you check into the example in Tanzania, we have, according to TCRA, as of March this year, there were about 53 million subscribers. Tanzanians are how much? 60 million estimate. So that is, well, I have three numbers, so I'm counted 3 times. But again, even if you divide by 3, you're talking about probably 25, 30 million subscribers. That is a huge population if you're able to serve it from an insurance product perspective. Next slide. Okay, so from other tools perspective, in other markets, financial institutions and microfinances are used as a media for providing insurance products. Mostly in India, it's very common. There is what is called the Grameen Group scheme, where they embed insurance in those products. And huge insurance premiums are being collected from there. Pension funds in Tanzania, for example, we know NSSF and I believe PSSF as well. They have some insurance services or insurance product in their benefits. I have already mentioned about groups. You can use group setup to outreach for insurance products. But again, there's universal health programs. I don't want to go into that debate. I was here already when there's that hot debate with where is the policy, why are we not being given to see etc. But that's one of the platform which can ensure that you outreach to the insurance. is maximized. Next, I had spoken about insurance journey. In Tanzania, we know Tanzania insurance regulatory already had some information management information systems to enable different online processes. One of them is Tiramis, and the other one is online risk-based supervisory tools, which is helping the regulator to monitor the insurance space. From a mobile network operator's perspective, Tigo, Vodacom, Airtel, all of these are insurance products. There could be some other MNOs that are operating insurance products. Tigo has Bima Mkononi, Vodacom have their Voda Bima, and Sim Bima is for Airtel. National Health Insurance recently had partnered with NMB to get some, to be able to motivate people to save for premium payment for health insurance, which is a plus. And then various banks actually supporting to get premium funding, including the gentleman was confessing that he got into insurance because the bank had convinced him. So you can see the role of the bank as well. From lending perspective, they are also able to impart some of the knowledge about why you need to insure your business, why you need to insure yourself, etc. Next slide. So my way forward quickly, one, I will not emphasize awareness campaign. It's been said. We have heard, people have spoken about it. Those who are there, I think there was a call that a resolution, then the ministry for consideration. I will not overemphasize that. Public-private partnership, there's that discussion, what is the government doing? Over lunch, I was having a chat with my fellow from NHIF, and the question was, the government says, yes, we want to go for universal insurance health, but who is funding? Is NHIF fund the entire fund? So there's a need for public-private. Madam had, there's someone who in the morning mentioned, or afternoon mentioned about having incentive in for those who are investing in insurance products. So that's where the public-private partnership comes in. Government puts money in terms of subsidy to make people to be able to comfortably invest into insurance. Regulatory framework should be very flexible in terms of accommodating different products that are being designed. Madam was complaining, going to the insurance company and say, okay, I need a product. And you're told either this one or no one. So probably it also goes into a play with the regulatory environment that, okay, allow people to be as much creative as they are and be flexible to regulate different insurance products that come into the market. Develop products which are beneficial to the users. Not just, I said, Steve Covey says, start with the ending in mind. As you develop the product, you must be thinking of who is the user, what channel, what price. Right? Who is the user? How do I get this to the user? At what price? Is that what? If not, that probably is useless. You will design that product and then you will sell it to no one. So let's design product that first we know the user is there. You identify the market and then you design the product. Don't design a product and then try to force it to the market. Okay? Next slide, please. Simplify products, never complicate them. Make them simple so that people can understand them. You have rushed me to a slide before. I said at this hour it's only footballers who can watch until 90 minutes. So I can see even the one who is moving slide is already 91 minutes. Okay? I've talked about new distribution channels that you need to identify and develop them. Advanced digital channels, use them. Identify them, use them, develop them. Implement new business models to support inclusive insurance. And that is a call for all the insurance companies to look at. Is my model supporting inclusive insurance? Okay, now you can go to your favorite slide that you have rushed on. I think that is the last slide. I spent 30 minutes out of... so how do I conclude? In my opinion, and that's my conclusion, okay? That there's a need to develop access and use of inclusive insurance in Africa. Now I can see why you are troubled with the slide, huh? Because he converted this slide from a PDF one. Because the one that was in PPTs are different about. This slide is different. I know I had updated it. Okay. So one is to develop strategies around inclusive insurance in Africa, especially, as I mentioned, Africa insurance penetration or contribution is about 1.3% to the global insurance sector, which is very low. Government investment and enabling environment is key to ensure that everyone is comfortable to invest, give incentive, give tax incentive, give investment incentive for the insurance. Mass awareness, again, I will not overemphasize that. And then formulate and implement insurance inclusive strategies for the market, which is Tanzania. There are a couple of other points which include investments by the government itself in terms of subsidy to the market. What is in the next slide will be questions and answers. Oh yes, Q&A. Anselim had requested to spend a reasonable time. I might have rushed you, but I think you might have caught one or two important points, and that is what is important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ali, for a very well thought through. I will invite to give us a few resolutions that the Secretariat captured. The remaining resolutions will be posted on our website. So, and also be shared via your email, which you registered. And then after we get this brief overview of the resolutions, we'll recognize our sponsors and speakers with a token of appreciation, and then we will call it a day. Please briefly.
Anselmi, thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to summarize the resolutions, but because of time, like you said, I will not be able to go through all the resolutions. I'll just highlight a few. But before I do highlight the resolutions, what we have to understand as you read those resolutions is this conference is being hosted by the Africa College of Insurance. Geographically, Africa College is in Tanzania, but its mandate or constituency is Africa. That's why you find that we have the conference for Africa. So for that reason, this conference is we are live streaming across the continent of Africa. So as we were writing the resolutions and the objectives, much as you may read them as Tanzania, the context, translate it and read it to mean the rest of Africa. That's why you find again, if you look at our theme, we are saying there, insurance for all, enhancing insurance inclusiveness in health, agriculture, and SMEs. We have not qualified it to, we have left it open. because what we have there is to do with, we are addressing solutions, risk solutions for Africa. So what we have here is, like I said, when you read the objectives as given by Dr. Sakware, I won't go through them again. As you read, the resolutions, you find that it's a little bit expansive. Expansive to mean to include, say, not only Tanzania, but the rest of Africa. Now, some of the resolutions, I'll just cover these few, maybe 3, maybe 4. Some of the resolutions that we have, number 1 is to do with capacity building. It really has been emphasized over and over again that capacity building across the industry in order to establish and develop more insurance, health insurance, and agriculture insurance products in order to meet the target insurance penetration target. Expand insurance coverage to the rural areas by introducing new established products that suit the rural poor. Need to have data for the industry, both historical and current for policymakers. Like we have heard, the issue to do with the availability of data and information allows for research, so for policymakers to make decisions. There's need to increase the number of health insurance providers to reach more people in the rural areas in a bid to achieve our industrialization agenda. There's another one here which is very important. The other objective, the other resolution is that, as raised by the ministry, I think it was Minister of Health, they said only 14% of the population have access to health insurance cover, and 85% have limited access to health insurance cover, meaning that the 85%, how do they finance their medical bills? They do the financing through out of pocket. And out of pocket, it means they have to sell their chickens. They have to sell their goats. They have to sell their cattle, which is asset stripping. So as an industry, the challenge that we have, as the representative said here, is that the insurance industry, we have to come up with products to target that 85%. Let's exploit this huge market. Then the other objective, the other resolution is establish a clear public-private partnership framework for universal health insurance coverage with roles and duties which are clearly defined. The others are quite many. I will not be able to go through this. I've just highlighted, a number. As communicated, what we are going to do is we are going to post this on the college website. We still have a few others, especially the latest presentations. We haven't covered the resolutions. We are going to cover those resolutions later on in the night, or probably sometime tomorrow. Sometime next week, as you go through the website, please go through it, read and see the resolutions coming from this conference. And like I said, and I've raised this, that as you read them, they are not only solutions for Tanzania, but for the mandate that has been given to the college to address the challenges that the entire continent is facing. That's why we have even that continent. We don't have Tanzania there. We have the continent of Africa. So as we speak, like I said, we are live streaming. We are addressing the entire continent of Africa. Those are the brief resolutions that I have. I really would have wanted to go through and expand this, but time constraints, I will not be able to do that.
you. Spending as little time as you could, but capturing as much as possible to give us comfort that we had a secretary that was alive and working. Now, for the final part, I want to request Dr. Sakware and Madam Janet to stand there in front to help us now give a token of appreciation to our speakers and sponsors for the great job that they have done coming together, implementing, getting through this very important conference. And as the Bible says, the last will be the first and the first will be the last. I'll start with Ali Seliman, the last presenter. And also on behalf of KPMG for sponsoring our event, please thank you and pass our regards to your colleagues at KPMG photographer. Followed by Masha Yambi. Thank you for speaking, and on behalf also of the UN Global Compact Tanzania, we thank you very much for working with us, getting to finalize this. Dr. Heri Marwa and Farm Access in that regard, we thank you for speaking. We thank you for collaborating with us to implement this program. I have seen we have a team of guys from Assemble Insurance Company. From Assemble Insurance Company, thank you for supporting this important event and for being with us until this minute. Okotholo from Tiba, thank you for speaking in this very important event. Muyengi Zakaria, thank you very much for being with us. Zamaradi, I know she was around. Someone maybe on her behalf. Zamaradi Mbega, on her behalf. Thank you very much. And finally, for our special guest, Madam Janet Iza, Dr. Sakware will give you on behalf of the college. Thank you very much for being with us here today and for participating in this important discussion. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now this concludes our program here today. The Inclusive and Health Insurance Conference for Africa of the 6th August 2021 with the theme Insurance for All, Enhancing Insurance Inclusiveness in Health, Agricultural and SMEs has been concluded. Safe travels. May God bless you. We look forward to next forums.